Or mic testing, mic testing. Okay, perfect. Let me go to my main camera. Alright, so welcome back to the stream. Firstly, I don't know what to say. I had to start somewhere. Okay, so as you guys can tell by the title and thumbnail, what are we going to be doing today? Today, I'm going to be working with images, and I'm pretty determined to be done with images this stream. And next stream, move on to something else because this is currently day 78. I have 22 more days for my Day 100 series to end, and I'll need at least 10 days to like make a game on my own. So yeah, let's say that I have about 12 more days left. Let me actually go to my gameplay screen, or well, my display. There we go. All perfect. So I was practicing a little. Let me delete that. Zoom in and get Sensei here. Okay, let's say I'm live. Okay, guys, I've been working on this topic of images for so long. I want to be done with it. Okay, let's see. Yes, finally, listen up, Vivek, and get your head in the game for your viewer. Your viewers are watching, and we're not here to waste breath or time. Today, you're going to show them pixel perfect collision like a master. I am going to be going through some more pixel perfect collisions, not some scribbling novice. Here's how we start. Everyone thinks collisions in games are simple rectangles, boxes, boring. Today I'm going to show you how to hit precisely pixel by pixel, no guessing, no flaws. Let's dive in the code here, okay, where every pixel matters for your mini project. Okay, so we're directly going into a mini project. Honestly, I think I'm pretty ready for mini projects. Create a small game window of 800 by 600, load 2 sprites, 1 player, 1 enemy. Use mask. Okay, use pygame.mask from surface to create mask for both. Make the enemy move randomly or slowly towards the player. Detect pixel perfect collision. When it happens, print boom, collision detected only once per frame. Bonus, change the player's color or sprite when collision occurs. You're going to build this live. I expect you to struggle, fix, and think. If you help us it, I will make you rewrite mask logic 10 times. Grab your keyboard, start the window, and sprites. Okay, I want to see it. Come back. Okay, come to live before we move to collision logic. Guys, I cannot read for now, so yeah, because I'm still getting warmed up. But that aside, okay, so let me start off by importing Pygame. So let me import Pygame, or in lowercase. So import pygame, and then let me initialize pygame by typing pygame.init. Then let me add FPS. So I'll create a clock variable, so that equal to pygame.time.clock. Okay, perfect. I'll add a commenter that says FPS controller. Okay, and then let me add my display. So I'll go with a comment that says display. Let me add a screen variable. I'll set that equal to pygame.display.set underscore mode. Honestly, I might add a width and height variable as well. So my width is going to be 800 pixels, height is going to be 600 pixels. I'll add my width and height variable here. Width, height. Okay, perfect. Now let me add a caption. To add a caption, I'll go with pygame.display.set underscore caption. I'll keep my caption to something like pixel perfect collision. Okay, there we go. Alright, and then now let me load my images. So I add a comment that says load images, and I did make a few more images yesterday. I like drew a few more. So I drew a few projectiles. That's like my enemy projectile. That's my player's projectile. And then those are actually basically it that I did. Oh, I did draw my game. Where's it gone? My game backgrounds. Actually not this. This I drew last stream. Uh, game backgrounds, game items, a health bar, projectile screens. There we go. Okay, so this is if you lose, you see the screen. If you win, you see this screen. Why did I draw it like pixels? Because that's the easiest way to draw. I'm not a good artist, guys. Alright, so let me start off by importing the image. I'll go with let's see, pygame.image.load. Let me load a image. So what image do I want to load? I'll give my image directory. So I'll go with game items, do forward slashes, and then let me go with my screen. Actually, not screen. Uh, I'll load my player first. So I'll go with player underscore image is going to be equal to, let's see, I added my players in my NPCs category for some reason, and then my player PNG. I will convert it to alpha, so convert underscore alpha because it's a PNG. Okay, and then let me add a enemy PNG. So enemy underscore image equals to bygame dot display dot load. Okay, so to load my enemy's PNG, did I have a typo? There we go. Guys, I'm really bad at typing. Okay, so for the typo, I'll go with my file path. Oh, this should be image, my bad, guys. Okay, no wonder. Okay, this is going to be my game. Two forward slashes, my NPCs, two more forward slashes, and my... I don't know, I kept this PNG's name, the boss PNG. I'll convert it to alpha as well. There we go. Okay, and then after I loaded my images, let me process my images. But I honestly do want to load my weapons. So instead of having this, I'll actually go with my sword. Okay, so I'll go with my sword underscore image, and game items, my sword goes under my game weapons category, so I'll go with game weapons, and I'm pretty sure it was called something like sword, so sword PNG, there we go. Okay, next up, let me process my image, so I'll go with process image. To process my image, let's see, I'll reassign my image, so my player underscore image, okay, I'll set that equal to pygame.transform.scale. Okay, honestly, process image wouldn't make sense. I'll go with transform and scale. Excuse me, guys. I'll go with transform and scale. Okay, let's see. Okay, perfect. I'll transform and scale. My image, my sword image. So sword underscore image, and I'll change this to sword underscore image as well. There we go. I'll add comma, a tuple, a new line. I'll go with an integer. Okay, and now the trickier part. I want to transform my sword image. Okay, so I'll go with sword underscore image dot get width. I'll get my sword images width, and I'll multiply that with 0.1, which is 10%. Okay, and then I'll go with another integer. This is going to be for my height. I'll go with sword underscore image dot get underscore height. I'll multiply that with 0.1 again. Honestly, my sword should be bigger than my player's. So, I mean, should be smaller than my player. I'll go with 0.10. I think that makes it smaller. Guys, I'm real bad with math. Okay, now let me go ahead. Actually, that should be 0.1. Now, for my player, for my enemy, let me reassign my enemy image to be equal to, how old are you? I'm 17 years old. Okay, my enemy image, let me go with pygame.image, actually pygame.transform, so transform.scale. Okay, now to scale my image, I want to scale my enemy underscore image. I want to scale this image. I'll add a tuple and then go to the new line, go with integer, do the same thing that I did with my sword, but with my enemy underscore image. Okay, I'll get its width, so let me get its width and then I'll multiply that. Let's see, so I want my enemy PNG to be bigger than my player PNG, so I'll keep that as 0.2, which is 20%, and I'll go with enemy underscore image dot get underscore height. I will get the height of my enemy image as well, and then I will multiply that with 0.2. Okay, perfect. This should do the scaling. Let me go ahead and add a game loop. So for my game loop, I'll create a is underscore running boolean variable. There we go. Is underscore running boolean variable. I'll set that equal to true and then add a while loop. So while is underscore running, while my program is running or while my is running is set to true, I will do something. Let me add my FPS. I'll go with clock.tick and add 60. Maybe add a comment here. I don't know. That says FPS. Let me iterate over my Pygame events now. So let me add a event loop and then go ahead and do for every event in my pygame.event.get. I will look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, okay, I will actually the quit should be uppercase. So quit. I will set my is underscore running to be equal to false. Okay, perfect. There we go. Guys, I can't see anything because of this caps lock stuff. Okay, and then let me add a pygame.display.flip. This is going to update my display. Okay, and lastly, let me fix my typo. Display. Okay, and lastly, let me go with a pygame.quit. Okay, I just realized I need to add rectangle and masks as well. So let me go ahead and add create rex. Okay, I'll add rex for getting the width and height to move my player or my sword. So I'll go with player.rect, actually player underscore rect equals to pygame.rect. Okay, now my pygame.rect is gonna be my sword underscore image. Actually, let me go with sword.rect. Sword underscore rect. Okay, so I need my sword. Okay, so to create a rect, I go with pygame.rect. Okay. Do I need like another parameter? I forgot, guys. I'm pretty sure I need it. Okay. Pygame.rect is gonna create a rect. Okay, I gotta add my surface, right? So honestly, let me delete this. So when I type rect, they tell me what all I need, right? So my rect. Okay, they don't. Let me check the error here. Rect is not callable. Should this be like an uppercase rect? Oh wait, is it get rect? Okay, let me check. So what if I go with my sword underscore image dot? Okay, there we go. It was sword underscore image, not pygame. My bad, guys. Alright, so let me go with the top left. Top left, I'll set that equal to, let's see, a tuple of 100 by 300. So this is going to be at the top left corner, my sword. And let me create a rectangle for my enemy as well. So my enemy underscore rect is going to be equal to enemy image dot get underscore rect. This is going to be at the top left as well. This is a quark. I could change this to anything like top right or like anything. I'll add a tuple, but this time instead of adding 100 by 300, I'll keep the y-axis the same. I'll just change the x-axis to be 500, so 500 by 300. Okay, now since we're working with pixel perfect collisions, I'm gonna add a mask. So I'll create a mask as well. To create a mask, I'll go with let's see, sword mask, sword underscore mask. I'll set that equal to okay, so I gotta go with pygame dot mask dot from surface. Okay, and then I add my sword underscore image. So this basically makes a mask for my this image. Let me do that for my enemy as well. So my enemy underscore mask is going to be equal to pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. Okay, and then I'll add the parameter, or not parameter, is it called parameter? I'll add the surface of my enemy underscore image. Alright, perfect. So I added, let me actually add a pair of quotes here and say only used for, or only for collision. Guys, it's a pretty good habit to add comments. It's easier for us later. Okay, Next up, let me go ahead and fill my screen because I'm not going to import my background. I'll go with a screen dot fill. Okay, let me fill my screen to be a good, I don't know, gray color, 200, 200, 200. Okay, and then let me add my sword movements. So I'll go with sword movements. Okay, there we go. Okay, for my sword movement, let me actually check if I'm audible. Because I'm pretty sure I forgot to charge my mic again. Alright, perfect. Okay, so for my sword movement, I'll create a keys variable. I'll set my keys to be equal to pygame.key.get underscore press. There we go. Okay, now comes the hard part. The stuff I was just rushing through these things because that was kind of easy. Now it's the harder part. So, actually, this part is pretty easy. Let me go with an if statement. If my keys at index of pygame.key is actually pygame.k is right. If my right key is pressed, I will move my sword's rect. So my sword underscore rect dot x axis. I will increase that by my sword's velocity. I forgot to add a velocity. Let me go under here maybe and add a. Actually, let me like go under my game loop, add a sword underscore velocity. I think it would be smarter to add it here because I already have an FPS one. Let me go with sword underscore velocity equals to 8 pixels per frame. Okay, perfect. Alright, so I'll go with sword underscore velocity. Then let me add another if statement. If my keys at index of pygame dot key is left, if my left key is pressed, let's see, I will go with sword underscore rect dot x-axis. This time I will decrease my x-axis by my sword velocity. Okay, let me fix my typo. Guys, I'm real awful at typing. Okay, and then let me go with the y-axis. So if my keys at index of pygame dot key is up, if my top key is pressed, I will decrease my sword sword underscore rect dot y-axis. I will decrease that by my sword's velocity, which is 8 pixels per frame. And lastly, if my keys at index of pygame dot k is down, if my down key is pressed, I will increase my sword rex y-axis by my sword's velocity. Okay, perfect. That adds the movement. What if I were to run the command right now? Okay, oh, I don't see anything because I didn't load my images yet. Okay, actually, let me load my images real quick. Let me add a comment that says load images. To load my images, I'll go with screen.blit. And let's load my sword underscore image, comma, my sword underscore rect first. Okay, there's my sword. I might have to add like, I don't know, this looks good. I could like rotate it a bit here, but that looks good, guys. I drew the sword, just a quick little shameless plug. But let me go ahead and load my screen.blitz, my enemy underscore image, and my enemy underscore rect. This is going to load my rect as well. So my sword's there, my enemy's there. I don't have any movement, or I didn't automate my NPC yet. I didn't even add collision logic. Like if I run the command, like nothing happens. And my sword can exit the window as well. So let me actually trap my sword real quick. So I'll go here and add a comment that says trap sword or sword in window. Okay, so to trap my sword in window, I'll go with my sword underscore rect dot x axis. I'll set that equal to max. So the max is going to be 0 because currently my sword is a rectangle. So there we go. Alright, and then guys, give me a sec real quick. I'll be right back real quick. Alright, mic testing. Okay, back guys. Let me go here. yeah, guys, a quick little something something happened. Okay, that aside, so that's my start underscore rec dot x axis, and then let me go with the min. Okay, so my min is gonna be my sword underscore rect dot x axis, comma 800, my display size, minus let's see, minus my sword underscore rect dot width. Okay, this is for my right wall and left wall. Uh, bro, how old are you? I'm 17 years old. I saw you see my chat. Oh, I even replied to the chat. I guess I wasn't that clear, but I did like say I was 17. Okay, so let me go with a sword underscore rect dot y-axis. Let's do the same thing with the y-axis. I'll create a max variable. I'll set that to 0, and then let me go with a min. Okay, for my min, I'll do the same thing. I'll go with sword underscore rect dot y-axis. Then I'll go with 600 minus my, let's see, sword underscore rect dot height. Okay, so it's the same thing that I did with the top one. Now my sword has a limit, although I might have to tweak a few numbers. My top works, bottom works. Okay, honestly, it does look pretty good. Okay, let me actually check if my mic is working because I forgot to charge my mic. Okay, although wait, can you guys listen to me? Damn, you're doing good. I appreciate you, Bernard. And like, I've been doing this for the past 3 streams, so I like kind of know what to do, but it's still a little vague. Okay, I might tweak. Okay, actually, I'll tweak the numbers later. Let me go with a collision detection or detector now. Guys, ignore my spellings. I can't spell. Collision detection. Okay, there we go. Let me go with, let's see. I'll have to create an offset underscore x because it's pixel perfect collision. So we need an offset x and offset y. My offset x is gonna be, yeah, I checked your other widths. Okay, honestly, let me drink some water. Because, guys, I cannot think when I'm dehydrated. Cool idea. I appreciate you, Brandon, and I apologize if I can't pronounce you guys' names. I'm real bad at pronunciation. Okay, so my offset underscore x, let's see if my offset underscore x is gonna be I'll have to go with my masks, right? So no, that's gonna be when I overlap. So my offset x will most likely be my sword underscore rect dot, actually first my enemy rect. So my enemy underscore rect minus my sword underscore rect x-axis. So x-axis and x-axis. Okay, and my offset underscore y is gonna be equal to offset underscore y is gonna be equal to my enemy underscore rect dot y-axis minus my enemy underscore rect dot y-axis. Okay, those are basically it for my offsets. I'll need one more variable that's called overlap. Now we're going to be using our masks. So let's see. So I'll go with my sword underscore masks dot overlap and my enemy mask. Excuse me, guys. Okay, so this basically means if my sword mask overlaps with my enemy mask, and I'll set the offset to be offset underscore x-axis and offset underscore y-axis. Okay, now I'm pretty sure I need to add an if statement, right? So let's see. If okay, I might need a collision variable as well. I'll go here and add a variable called collision, or guys, ignore my typos, I cannot type. Okay, collision, I'll set that equal to, let's say false for now because the collision didn't happen. Okay, and then if my overlap is true, and guys, let me know if my mic is kind of loud because I did a few tweaks, but I don't know if it was good. Okay, so if overlap, if this condition is met, I'll go to the next condition. If not, collision. And if my collision is set to true as well, I will print, boom. Actually, I'll print the sword slashed you. Guys, how do you spell slashed? There we go. Okay, and then I will set my collision to be equal to true. Let me fix my typo. Collision. There we go. Okay, I will go and else I will set my collision to be equal to false. Alright, perfect. This should be it, right? If I go here and hit the NPC, there we go. You guys can see in the I forgot what this was this was called the console, right? So every time I stab the NPC, it's like you got slashed, you got slashed, you got slashed. Okay, perfect. Although I did this the last stream as well, so I did have a good idea on how to do this. The real challenge is, can I like import the random module and change the colors? Okay, let's get Sensei here and read actually what Sensei's next part was. Why is there no super chat option in your chat, lol? I appreciate that, partner, but I'm not monetized here. That's why there's no super chat. Once I'm monetized, I can add super chats. Although I do appreciate it. Okay, let's go. Okay, let me read the last part. So, bonus, challenge the player color or sprite when collision occurs. Okay, change the player's color. I don't know if I can change already made colors. Like, um, I might have to ask that to Sensei on how to do that part, because I don't know if I can change like colors of the PNG inside of my white orb, if that made any sense to me. Spaces, add a bunch of spaces and say Sensei, I could just do this much on my own, although I don't know if we can change colors for our PNGs. Can we? Question mark. See, what the hell is this, Vivek? First off, good job getting this far. You actually wrote working pixel collision code without my whipping. I'm impressed, but don't get cocky. Now listen carefully. Your offset calculation is half booked. It's half broken. Look here. Offset y-axis equals enemy underscore rect minus enemy. Oh, I should have added. Okay, minus sword rect. Okay, guys, that was a typo. Really, you subtracted the same value from itself. That's why your mask might not actually collide properly. Fix it. Now, about changing colors of PNGs, yes, but with limits. PNG with already transparent pixels cannot change color like a rectangle. You have options. Pixel manipulation. With pygame.surface, you can loop through every pixel and change the color while keeping transparency intact. Tinting. Create a new surface of the color if you want, then blend it on top of pygame.blend. Okay, that's way too complicated. I never heard of that, guys. This basically tints the sprite. Pre-edit the PNG in an editor, simpler for multiple sprites. If you want, I can show you a quick way to make your sword change color. Okay, let me actually say. Never mind, Sensei. I actually didn't wanna change colors of my PNG. Although, can we do a mini project where I draw objects like a circle and a square and collide them using pixel perfect collision, and then, guys, I cannot type. um It's probably my keyword is too big. I might be just making excuses, guys. Okay, I'll go with 4 colors of my PNG collision, and then okay, and then make them change colors? Question mark. Okay, let's see. Finally, some sanity. Good, Vivek. Listen, we're going to take this off your comfort zone and make you struggle, but in a good way. Here's what you're doing. Mini project. You look like Lamin Yamal. Good night. Honestly, I never heard of him. I heard someone else say that as well. That I looked like a guy called something like Yamal Yamal. But I might check him after the stream. Okay, mini project. Windows 800 by 600. Objects draw a circle, player, and a square enemy using pygame.surface and pygame.draw. Mask convert both shapes to mask for pixel collision. Okay, for pixel perfect collision. Collision. When the circle hits the square, change their colors. Movement. Player moves with arrow keys. Square moves randomly. Okay, here's the twist. Because we're drawing with pygame.draw, you cannot just split an image. You'll need to create a separate surface for each image. Okay, transparency. Alright, let me get Sensei there and actually go with Control A, delete this whole thing, and then start off again. So let me start up by importing pygame and then initializing pygame by typing pygame.init. Okay, and then let me add a clock variable, set that equal to pygame.time.clock. There we go. Or pygame.time.clock. I'll add a comment that says FPS controller. Okay, perfect. And then honestly, I might just add a collision variable like right now. Collision is false because we haven't collided yet. Okay, and now for the trickier part. Honestly, this is not the trickier part. Let me add my display. So display. Okay, for my display, I'll go with width and height. I'll set that equal to 800 by 600, and then let me go with a screen variable. I'll set that equal to pygame.display.set underscore mode. I'll set my mode to be width and height. Okay, there we go. Alright, and then let me add a caption. So I'll go with pygame.display.set underscore caption. For my caption, I'll keep my caption to something like collision detection random. Random wouldn't make sense. By that, I realized I gotta import the random module as well because I need to like randomize the colors. I don't honestly know how to do that. So game loop. We'll see the rest later. I'll start by adding some things. So I'll set a variable called is running. I'll set that to true. Then add a while loop. While is underscore running, while my program is running, I will add my FPS. So clock.tick is going to be 60. I'll add a comment here that says FPS. And then let me iterate over my event loops. Okay, so for every event in my pygame.event.get, I look for a specific type of event. Or there we go. I look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, I will do something. I'll set my is underscore running to be equal to false. And then I will add a pygame.display.flip. This is going to update my display basically. And lastly, let me go with a pygame.quit. Okay, now with that out of the way, I gotta draw images. So let me draw an image. So I'll go ahead and add my player graphics. Before that, actually, let me go with a screen.fill. I'll fill it with a good 200 by 200 by 200. This is basically a gray color, the only color that I know. Okay, let me actually add a comment now that says player graphics. Since I gotta draw my player, I'll add my player graphics here. So for adding my player graphics, I'll go with pygame.draw. Let's see. Should I keep my player a circle or a rectangle? Honestly, I'll go with a rectangle. Okay. For my rects, I could honestly do something like player underscore or player equals to pygame.rect. Okay, now I just gotta add my player's x-axis, y-axis, width, and height. So my x-axis is going to be 100 by 300. My player's width is going to be, let's see, since my player is a square, I'll keep it something like 100 and 100. Alright, perfect. Okay, next up, let me add my player's velocity. I should have done this up, but I guess I'll do it here. So player underscore velocity is going to be equal to, let's see, 8 pixels per frame. Okay, this is my player graphics. Honestly, let me copy that. get that right under display, paste it, perfect. Let me add player details. There we go, because that is not graphics, this is not graphics. For my graphics, I'll go with pygame.draw.rect. I will draw a rectangle on the screen. The screen is going to be my surface, okay? I mean, the surface is going to be my screen, my player's color. Okay, this is going to be randomized. So for my player details, I'll have to add a dictionary. Okay, let me go ahead and add a dictionary. So a dictionary, x-axis is going to be 100, comma, y-axis is going to be 300, add a comma. Now I can add a color as well, so I'll go with color. Color is going to be random.randint. Guys, ignore my typos. Excuse me, guys. Okay, so my random.randint color will be from 0 to 255. Okay, this whole thing doesn't need to be like in a tuple. Okay, that's my RGBs are. Now let me add a G. So my G is going to be random.randint 0 and 255. Now lastly for my B, honestly this will look much better if I do it. It's much readable as well. Okay, let me add a comma. Actually, I gotta go inside the quote, add a comma. There we go. Let me go with my final random.randint 0 and 255. Okay, there we go. That should randomize my color of my player. Have x-axis, have this. Okay, I gotta go with a width and height now. So I'll go with my player's width. My width is gonna be, I don't know, something like 100 pixels. My player's height is gonna be like 100 pixels again. I'll add a comma here, a comma here. Okay, that does the thing for my player's details. My player's graphics is gonna be pygame.display.draw. My player's color is gonna be my player at index of color. Okay, and lastly I need to add my player's x-axis, y-axis, width and height. So my player at index of x-axis, my player at index of y-axis, my player at index of width, and lastly my player at index of height. Okay, that added my player's graphics. Now let me add my player underscore movements. Okay, before that, let me just check if my player actually. Okay, rect argument is invalid. So pygame.draw.rect, color x-axis, y-axis, width and height. Pygame.draw.rect. Wasn't that correct? Pygame.draw.rect. I want to draw on my screen. I want my color to be my player at index of color. Okay. Screen is going to be my surface. Player color is going to be my color. X-axis, y-axis, width and height. Let's see. So line 38. Pygame.draw.rect, screen, player, color, Type error, rect argument is invalid. Did I spell rect correct? I'm pretty sure I did. Rect. Okay, I went with those. Isn't this like a rect? My values are set. Was it because of my random.randint? What if I were to just remove this whole thing and add something like a tuple 200, 200, 200, like a gray rectangle? Honestly, it wouldn't even be seen. Let me go with a 255, 0 and 0. So this should be red, right? Oh, okay, I guess I'll check that later. Okay, for now, let me go and add my player movements. For my player movement, let me go with a keys variable, set that equal to pygame.k, actually pygame.key.get underscore pressed. Okay, then I'll add an if statement. If my keys at index of pygame dot key is right, if my right key is pressed, I will set my player at index of x-axis. I will increase my player's x-axis by my player underscore velocity. And if my keys at index of pygame.key is left, if my left key is pressed, I'll go with my player at index of x-axis and I will decrease my player's x-axis by my player's velocity. Alright, and then if my keys at index of pygame.key is up, if my top key is pressed, I will decrease my player at index of y-axis by my player underscore velocity. And lastly, if my keys at index of pygame.key is down, if my down key is pressed, I will increase my player at index of y-axis by my player's velocity. Okay, just curious. Type error, rect argument is invalid. Didn't I draw my rectangle correctly? What if I were to... Okay, so that's a... So, player, dictionary, integer, tuple... Oh wait, could it be because this is a tuple? No, that wouldn't make sense. What if this was a list? So, a list. Okay. In the other hand, what if I just added my regular red color here? I'm pretty sure it's pygame.draw. What if I added all these manually? Okay, I'll go with the x-axis to be 100, y-axis to be 300, width to be... Oh, okay, never mind, guys, my bad. I'm so stupid. There we go. Let me go here. Okay, after colored, these things should be in a tuple. There we go. Took me a while to figure that out. Here's my rectangle, and the color changes of my rectangle whenever it spawns. So if I cancel that, go back here, it's going to be pink. It's all random colors. Nice. Okay. Honestly, I feel my rectangle is too big. My player is too big. Let me go ahead and decrease the size to be something like 50. 150 is even bigger, guys. 50 and 50. Now if I run the command, there we go. We got a relatively stronger circle, but rectangle. Actually, it's a square, but it does leave the window, so let me trap it in the window. Okay, so to trap it in the window, let me add a comment that says trap player in window. I don't know why did I have to title case it, but okay. To trap my player in the window, I'll go with my player at index of x-axis, or player at index of x-axis, and then I will set that equal to max. The max is going to be 0. My player can go past 0, which is basically my right wall. I'll do comma min. This is going to be my player at index of x-axis, comma 800, my window size, minus my player at index of width. Okay, so now basically 800 player at index of width. Is that an extra this thing? Oh, actually, never mind. I got to delete at index from here and add that here. There we go. Okay, so this is basically my right and left wall cap. Now let me do the same thing with my player at index of y-axis. I'll set that equal to max. The max is going to be the same, 0. My player can go past 0, which is like the top. Now for the bottom, let me go with min. Add my player at index of y-axis, comma 600, my horizontal window size. Is it called horizontal, the standing line? I forgot. Minus my player at index of heights. Perfection, guys. Now if I were to run the command, here's my player. I can go past this wall, can go past that wall, can go past up or past bottom. Okay, perfect. Now I need to go with my enemies, what you call it, like enemies collisions. So I should add my enemy details, which is going to be a circle, x-axis, y-axis, width, and height. Okay, so let me go ahead and add another comment that says enemy details. Okay, for my enemy details, let me go and add enemy equals to a dictionary. In the dictionary, I'll add the x-axis of my enemy, which is going to be, I don't know, my x-axis here was 100, so I might have to change this random, not random though. Okay, so I'll go with 500 by 300. Because if we recall, Sensei slash ChatGPT did say that only to change colors when I collide with my enemy. This is like I'm changing colors every time I spawn, so. Okay, let's see. That's going to be my x-axis, comma, I'll go with a y-axis. So my y-axis is going to be like 300. And then let me add a comma here. I'll go with my x-axis is velocity, which is going to be, I don't know, like 5 pixels per frame. My y-axis is velocity, which is going to be something like 5 pixels per frame as well. I'm just adding the velocities for now. I won't automate my object just yet. Okay, and then should I go with color? I don't know, I'll go with color. So my color is going to be, I'm way too lazy to type this out, guys. I'll copy that, I'll paste it. My color is going to be random.randint. Okay, and then let's see. My enemy is going to be a circle, so I'll need a radius. Radius would look much better if it's kept with the x-axis, y-axis, and radius. There we go. My radius is going to be, how do we add radius? Oh, okay, yeah, guys, I forgot for a second. I was like, oh shoot, how do we add radius? Okay, radius is going to be 40. Now let me add my NPC details. So this here, all my NPCs are going to be. Okay, so for my NPC details, since my NPC is circle, I'll go with pygame.draw.circle. I'll draw a circle. I want the surface to be my screen. I want the color to be my enemy at index of color. Okay. And guys, right now I am just working with one person in the dictionary. I'm pretty sure that, like, as we go out of the stream, I might go with multiple NPCs and iterate over my multiple NPCs dictionary, and you guys know what I mean, right? That might be pretty fun. Now for the center of my circle, I'll go with my enemy at index of x-axis, comma, enemy at index of y-axis. This is going to be the center of my circle. And lastly, outside the tuple, I'll go and add my enemy at index of radius. Okay, perfect. I don't want to automate my NPCs just yet. If I run the command, there's my NPC there. If I run the command, he's going to have a different color. For now, I can collide with them. So I need to add a collision detection. This is going to be kind of tricky. So I know how to add just a regular collision detection for like circles and squares, but I don't know how to add the pixel perfect collision detection for them. For that, I honestly might have to go with a player.mask. I wouldn't have to go with creating my player as a rect, because one is a rect, one is a circle. I could go with a player mask and then add my player masks the way I did this. So the way I did my previous pixel perfect collision was, honestly, let me do what I remember, and then later I could ask Sensei if that's the same as pixel perfect. So go with a collision detection. Okay, for my collision detection, I'll go with I'll define a function called collision underscore detector. There we go. Okay, and then I'll add the parameters of my circle and my rectangle. So my circle is my circle at index of x-axis, circle at index of y-axis, circle at index of x-axis, circle at index of y-axis, circle at index of y-axis, circle at index of x-axis, circle at index of y-axis, 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 circle at Guys, ignore my typos. I cannot type. Circle at index of radius. Honestly, I don't think a circle even needs a radius. I mean, radius. I shouldn't clarify like circle. Okay, those were the details for my circles. Now let me add details for my rectangle. I'll get comma and go with rect underscore x-axis, rect underscore y-axis, rect underscore width, and lastly rect underscore height. Hey, there we go. Okay, perfect. Next up, let me find the closest x-axis. This is the formula part, guys. So I don't know how to explain this part. I just know that when I have like light circles and rectangles, I utilize this formula. It's called something like a Euclidean formula. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm real bad at pronouncing. Okay, so I'll find the closest x-axis. The closest x-axis is gonna be a max. So the max is gonna be my rect underscore x, comma. The min is gonna be my circle underscore x, circle underscore x, comma, my rect underscore width, actually my rect underscore x, rect underscore x axis minus my rect underscore width. There we go. Okay, and then now let me find the closest y axis. I'll do the same thing, but I'll just switch the x's with y's and the widths with heights. Okay, so closest y equals to my rect underscore x-axis is going to be my max. For my min is going to be my circle underscore y-axis. Let me actually change that to y. I got to be really careful with stuff like this. I usually mess up here. Okay, circle. Did I spell it correctly? I spelled it wrong. There we go. Circle underscore y-axis, comma, my rect underscore y-axis minus my rect underscore height. Okay, perfect. And then I need to find my direction x, which is going to be my circle underscore x minus my closest x-axis. Guys, I can't spell. There we go. And then for my direction y is going to be equal to my circle underscore y-axis minus my closest y-axis. Alright, and then I fix my typo. There we go. Did I like fix my typo and get a typo while fixing it? There we go. Okay, and then I need another variable called direction squared. There we go. My direction squared is going to be equal to my direction x multiplied by my direction x plus my direction y multiplied by my direction y. Alright, and then okay, now I'm gonna return the okay, let me return my direction underscore squared, which is going to be less than or equal to my radius to the power of 2. Okay, now after that, let me go ahead and invoke my function inside of a if block. So if collision detection excuse me guys, so if collision detector, okay, I spelled it wrong. There we go, that should fix it. Okay, so if collision detector, let me fill in my parameters. So my circle was my enemy, right? So my circle's x-axis is going to be my enemy at index of x-axis. My circle at index of y-axis, or my circle underscore y-axis, is going to be my enemy at index of y-axis, and my circle, my radius is going to be my enemy at index of radius. Okay, those are my players, my enemy's parameters. Now let me add my player's parameters. So my player underscore my rect underscore x-axis is going to be my player's x-axis. My rect underscore y-axis is going to be my player at index of y-axis. My rect underscore width is going to be my player at index of width, and my width, and my rect underscore height is going to be my player at index of height. Okay, perfect. Now, if that condition is true, I will go to the second if block. If not collision. Okay, if that is true and if not collision, I have a collision variable here which is set to false. The not basically flipped that to true. So If this condition is met, and if my collision is set to true, I will print, boom, collided. Perfect. There we go. Else, I will actually I will set my collision to be true. Collision equals to true. Else, I'll set my collision to be equal to false. Alright, perfect. Now if I run the command, this is my square, that's my circle. If I hit it, it says boom collided, boom collided. Okay, perfect. Although, now I gotta change. This was the easy part, guys, just adding the collision detector stuff. Now comes the harder part. I gotta change the color of my player every time it says boom collided. Print boom collided. If collided, I will change my enemy at index of color equals to, I'm way too lazy to type all this, guys. It's a good habit to type, so I'll type it out, guys. Random dot rand int 0 and 255, and then I'll go with not actually I'll go in a new line. I'll go with another random dot rand int. I'll go with 0, 255, and lastly I'll go with random dot rand int 0, 255. There we go. So if not collision, if my collision set to I'll print boom collided, and then I'll change my enemy's color. Perfect, guys. Oh wait, it just changes the color once. No wait, it changes it. Was it just my luck that it didn't change the color that time? Works. Okay. This wasn't hard. What was hard in that case, guys? I'm pretty sure there was a part that was supposed to be hard. Let me actually go close to my NPC. Okay, it's not pixel perfect collision if we see here. So there we go. Now the hard part. Let me figure out how to make it pixel perfect. Let me go ahead and I don't know, create a variable here that says comment that says create masks only works for pixel perfect collision. Actually, I'll just say only for pixel perfect collision. Okay, now for my pixel perfect collision part, let's see. What kind of mask do I gotta create? I have my, okay, I do have my enemy. Should I like you get my whole enemy? Okay, so let's do something, we'll figure it out. I'll go with my player underscore mask equals to pygame dot mask dot from surface from underscore surface. My surface is gonna be my player. That doesn't work because my player is a dictionary. Expected type surface got dict string int tuple int int int. I know the dot items won't work here, but just wanted to try it. Alright, okay. I didn't know this part, so I need to ask Sensei for a bit of help. Let me go Control A, Control C. Let's get Sensei here. Paste it and say Sensei dot dot dot. I did the part where when they collide, it says collision once, and also change the color, although I don't know how to utilize pixel perfect collision here. Dot dot dot. Can you help me figure it out? Question mark. And guys, I'll fix a few typos because I'm so bad at typing. Or there we go. Okay, let me check if I'm audible. Give me a sec, guys. Still checking the. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Alright. Oh my god, Vivek, listen to me. This is exactly why I kicked your butt yesterday. You think drawing rectangles and circles and then doing math is pixel perfect collision? No, that's approximation collision. You're still cheating yourself. Here's the truth: pixel perfect collision requires masks, not math. You cannot just use your collision detector for pixel level checking. If you want true pixel accuracy, your circle and rectangle drawn directly on the screen are not surfaces yet. You can't make a mask from player dictionary or screen pixels. You need to create a separate surface for each object. Player surface, player.surface. Okay, no wonder I didn't learn about this function, guys. Pygame.surface, player's width, player's height, player.sr scalpa. How do you pronounce this, guys? Scarspla. Guys, I'm so bad at pronouncing. Okay. And then enemy surf. Da, da, da. So first, create separate surface for each object. Draw your shape onto the surface. Pygame.draw.rect. Player surface. Okay. Oh, I honestly never learned this. Okay. Make masks for surfaces. Player underscore mask equals pygame.mask.from surface player surf. Enemy mask equals to pygame.mask.from surface enemy surf. Check overlap with proper offsets. Offset underscore x-axis equals enemy at index of x-axis minus player at index of x-axis. Offset y. Okay, I know this part. On overlap, change colors, not rects. Okay, this way you're actually checking the non-transparent pixels of your drawn shape. Right now your code is cheating with geometry, Vivek. I want you to rewrite your object as surfaces drawn on them, create masks, and then use mask.overlap. Don't half-ass it. Wait, okay, show me the surface creation and mask logic next. If you try to skip this, I swear I'll make you draw 50 rectangles manually before you move on. Okay, are you ready to do it properly, or are you going to cheat again with math? I guess since they said it, I gotta do it. Okay, I just gotta use the dot surface method and the pygame.scarpla. Let me actually ask, what does this function do real quick, or this method do real quick? Let me paste out a bunch of spaces. Say, sensei, before I start, I honestly never heard / learned of this function. Okay, I honestly never learned of this function. There we go. Let me fix my typos, guys. I should type a little slower. Okay. And I didn't learn about the surface function as well. So, can you give me a quick review on them, or teach me real quick? Question mark. There we go, guys. Slow typing was the way for me not to make typos. Oh, finally you opened your eyes, Vivek. Listen up. I'm not going to make this long, but you need to, okay, you need to grab this by the skull. Pygame.surface. The surface is basically a blank canvas in Pygame. Think of it like a mini picture you can draw before, okay, you can draw on before putting it on the surface. Your screen is just a big surface, but you can create smaller surfaces for individual objects, rectangles, circles, sprites, whatever. Okay, example, surf equals pygame.surf with height, blank surface of size width x, okay, width and height. You can then draw shapes, images on text on the surface and later blend it on the main screen. It's like making your character on a little paper before putting it on the game world. Pygame.scarpla? Is that how you pronounce it, guys? I'm real bad at pronouncing. This is a flag you can pass when you create a surface if you want transparency support, but default surfaces are oblique. Is that how you pronounce that, guys? I'm not even gonna try. If you want parts of your surface to be seen through, like the area around your circle or a PNG with alpha, you must use Scarpla. Example, player surf equals pygame.surface, width is 50, height is 50, pygame.scarpla. Now, when you draw a rectangle or circle on player's surface, everything else stays transparent and you can make proper masks from it for pixel perfect collision. Without Scarpla, your mask would think the entire surface is solid and collision would be totally wrong. Why we need them for your mini project? Each object, circle, rectangle, sprite gets its own surface. You draw the shape onto that surface, not directly on the screen. You make a mask from that surface. Okay, you check collision using mask.overlap. This is how pixel perfect collision works. Not matrix, not approximations, real pixels, real collision. I want you to try making a player surf rect with. Okay, let's try pronouncing this. CALPS. Calp. Calp. I can't pronounce. I'll pronounce as Scarpla. An image surf circle with Scarpla. Draw these shapes on them and show me the surface in code before we move on to mask and overlap. Don't try to skip this. I want it done clean. Okay. Do you want me to give you a skeleton creating? Okay, let me actually go ahead and create that real quick. Okay, so first I gotta create my player surface. Okay, so to create my player surface, let me add a mask only for pixel perfect collision. I think I'll leave that as it is. I'll go here and add a comment that says create surfaces. Okay, for creating my surfaces, let me first create the surface for my player. Okay, so player underscore surface, excuse me guys, equals to pygame.surface. I'll need the x-axis and the y-axis. Let me fix my typo. Okay, so the x-axis is going to be my player at index of width. Actually, not x-axis. I'll need my surface and then my width and height. Then my player at index of height. This should be in a tuple. Okay, and then I'll go with a pygame dot scarpla. So is that how do you spell it, guys? Scarp. There we go. Scarcalpa. Srcalpa. I don't know how to pronounce that, guys. So Srcalpha. Okay. Is this exactly how Sensei did it? Because it's showing me an yellow underline. So pygame.surface 50/50. That is my width and height. Okay, and then pygame.scarpa, or how we pronounce this. Let me go ahead and create one for my enemy underscore surface as well. So enemy underscore surface, which is going to be equal to, let me fix my typo. Guys, I should actually just type a little slower so I have less typos. Let me go with a little slower speed. Surface, which is going to be a tuple of my enemy at index of width and enemy at index of height. Okay, and then outside this tuple, I'll go with a pygame dot srcalpha. Okay, perfect. Okay, now to create mask, my pygame dot mask is going to be my player underscore surface. Okay, and then I'll need honestly I just need that. Okay, let me go with my enemy underscore mask. I'll set that equal to pygame dot mask. Okay, dot from underscore surface, I'll go with enemy underscore mask. Actually, enemy underscore surface. Okay, perfect. Surface is not callable. Surface is not callable. Oh, it's it's at uppercase S. There we go. I should pay real close attention to those things. So I have my size here. Got it. Now I gotta delete all this that I wrote. I'd say it was worth the hard work, maybe. Okay. Collision detection. For my collision detection, I'll need an offset underscore x, which is gonna be equal to, let's see, my player's x-axis. Okay, so my players at index of x-axis minus my enemy at index of x-axis. Now for my offset underscore y, for my y-axis is offset, I'll go with my player at index of y-axis minus my enemy at index of y-axis, and then I'll need another variable called overlap. I'll set that equal to pygame dot, honestly, my player at index, my player surface, my player underscore surface dot overlap, actually dot get mask. Okay, and then my, okay, honestly, I'm pretty sure I should use something like overlap. So should it be like pygame dot something? So like pygame dot overlap or pygame dot mask dot overlap. Okay, never mind. It should be my player. Oh, my player mask. Okay, my bad, guys. My player mask dot overlap. I went with my player surface for some reason. My enemy mask. There we go. And then I gotta add my offset as well. In a tuple, I'll go with offset underscore x-axis and my offset underscore y-axis. Okay, that was a lot. Actually, that was way easier than like my rectangle and circle collision. I thought pixel perfect collision would have been more complicating. Okay, next up, did I add a collision variable? Let me go here. Okay, I have a collision variable. Let me say if my overlap is set to true, and if not collision, if my collision is set to true as well, I will print, boom, truly a pixel perfect collision. Guys, I gotta make this cheesy. It's a big achievement. Truly. Okay, and then let me change my enemy at index of color to be equal to a tuple random dot randint 0 and 255. That's going to be any random color, and then that was my R. Now for my G, random dot randint 0 to 55. Lastly, for my B, random dot randint 0 to 55. Okay, so that's R, G, and B. Okay, and then I will set my collision to be equal to true, else I will set my collision to be equal to false. Perfect, guys. This is the code for the pixel perfect collision. Let's check if it works. If I run my command, Key error with. I spelled with wrong, didn't I? Okay, there it's spelled correct. Oh, it just saved me which line. Line 40. Let's go to line 40. There we go. Enemy at index of width. Height with height. Width. Oh, my enemy is the. Oh my bad, guys. My enemy doesn't have a width. My enemy has a radius. So, I delete that part. I go with radius. Okay, there we go. Value error size needs to be a number. Width and height. Okay, Sensei only showed me on how to do it with the whatchamacallit, like actual pixels. I mean, like squares. Sensei didn't show me how to do it without squares, guys. I should try figuring this out on my own real quick. In a sec. If overlaps my enemy mask. Okay, honestly, I don't know how to. What can I? Because I need a width and height to use my surface. Let me go with Control A, Control C. Okay, let's get Sensei here. I'll paste it and I'll say, Sensei, I did everything correct, but for my pygame.surface, I need a width and a height. Although my circle doesn't have a width and height, my circle has a radius. ... What to do? Oh, but like finally you're starting to think like a sensei student. This is exactly sort of aha moments I live for. Yes, a surface always needs a width and height. A circle has a radius, but the surface that holds it needs to be big enough to contain the whole circle. That's literally the math with diameter, height, diameter. That's literally the math. Width equals diameter, height equals diameter. So for your enemy surface, enemy at index of radius to the power of 2, not to the power, times 2. Okay, the times 2 turns the radius into diameter. Guys, I'm bad at math. Now the entire circle fits on the screen. Okay, so all I gotta remember is I just need to, like for circle, for converting a circle to be a surface, I need to multiply it by 2 as well. Okay, so I'll go with enemy at index of radius multiplied by 2. Okay, there we go. Yeah, guys, I didn't know what to do with circle. I'm bad at math. There we go. Okay, now, moment of truth. If I get close, okay, it actually doesn't do anything. Did I add the print text? If overlap, if not collision, print this. Change my enemy's color. Collision true, collision false. That part is perfect. That part is perfect. Pygame.draw. I'm pretty sure my surface is something that's messed up. Okay. Honestly, everything's like correct. It's enemy surface, mask from surface, if not overlap, if not collision. If overlap, if not collision. When we collide. Honestly, let me go with Control E, Control C. I'm pretty sure everything is correct. Let's get Sensei here. Space at a bunch of space. Sensei. I'm pretty sure that everything is correct. Although it doesn't print anything when I collide. Question mark. Vivek, I knew this would happen. Listen closely or think. Honestly, let me just lubricate my lips real quick, guys. It's really dehydrated. Okay, Vivek, I knew this would happen. Listen closely. You're thinking everything is correct because Python doesn't throw an error. That doesn't mean it works. You're still cheating with masks you've never drawn on. Okay, so player mask, you made the mask before drawing anything on the surface. That's it. Your surface are completely transparent. Okay, when you create the masks, so the mask thing never, okay, there's nothing to collide. Of course, overlap returns nothing. What you need to do, draw the shapes onto the surface first, then make the mask drawing. I'm pretty sure I did that. Then create masks. I gotta do that before creating the masks. Draw the shapes onto the surface first, then make masks after drawing. Okay. When position change, either update the surfaces and the mask or just keep mask the same. Okay, just keep the mask the same and adjust the offset properly. Right now your offset x-axis and y-axis are wrong because the enemy and player surfaces are not aligned with the actual positions on the screen. You need to do. Didn't I do this? Not the other way around. Oh, I did player and index x. I gotta ask, how does that make a difference? And remember, the enemy circle is drawn centered. So the mask's top left is at enemy at index x minus radius. Enemy at index y minus radius for proper offset calculation. Vivek, I want you to draw these shapes onto their surface before making masks. Adjust offsets properly for pixel perfect collision and then test Boomprint. If you fail this, I swear I'll make you rewrite this entire mini project from scratch. Okay, I don't know. I don't know if I actually understood this part. I understood this part. For proper offset. Let me honestly try it first. Okay, honestly, this was pretty. Last stream also I kept messing this part up. It's like, it should be like this. Let me copy that, delete that, go here, paste it, I space there. Okay, and then I need to draw my player graphics before I create masks. So let me copy that, delete that. Before I create a mask, so right here maybe. Okay, now I drew my object. So it's going to be my player surface. This should be my player surface, right? Okay. Alright, and then my NPC, let me just run the command real quick. Okay. My player is kind of invisible because he's not inside the loop. I honestly might have to see a reference. I never worked with questions like this. Okay, let me just, or I went way too back. Okay. Alright, let me actually go with Control A, Control C, get Sensei back here. Paste this at a bunch of space and say Sensei. I honestly might need a reference because I never did a problem like this. Yeah, let me just fix my typos. Never did a problem like this. So I don't know how to perceive it, guys. I like using fancy words, but I can't spell those words. Vivek, finally you're admitting it. Good, I like that. Now pay attention. This is where I stop holding your hands and make you think like a game developer. Here's the reference breakdown for pixel perfect collision with drawn shapes. Create surfaces for each object, player rect with X height. And let me drink some water to process this whole thing because I feel it's going to be a lot. Okay, my player rect is going to be width and height. Enemy circle is going to be radius times 2 for both width and height. Must use players Scarpla. I don't know how to pronounce that, guys. For transparency, player surface. Okay, enemy surface. Okay, draw shapes on the surface, not the screen. All right, I knew we had to do this. I saw Sensei do this once. Important: masks are made from surfaces, not screen pixels. I see. Pygame.draw. My surface is gonna be my player surface. Okay. My x-axis, y-axis, player width, player height. Okay. My radius, radius, radius. Why are there three radiuses? Okay. The rectangle starts at 0, 0, the top left, because the surface itself is exactly its size. The circle is centered on the surface, radius, radius. Create masks after drawing. Okay, player mask equals, excuse me guys, player mask equals pygame.mask.from surface player mask, enemy mask pygame.mask from surface enemy mask. If you create the mask before drawing, its empty collision will never trigger blitz surface on screen. Okay, you don't draw these shapes directly on the screen anymore, you blend these surfaces instead. Okay, so player surface, I blended it. Player's x-axis, player's y-axis, screen.blend, enemy surface, enemy's x-axis minus enemy's radius, enemy's y-axis minus enemy's radius. Notice for the circle we subtract radius, so the surface's top aligns with its center. At the end, enemy's x-axis, enemy's y-axis. Okay, it's with its center at enemy's x-axis, y-axis. Okay, collision detection with mask. I know how to do this part. Never mind. Offset x is enemy at index x-axis minus enemy at index y-axis. Wait, minus enemy's radius minus player's y-axis. Offset y equals enemy's y-axis minus enemy at index of radius minus player's y-axis. The offset tells Python how far the enemy mask is from the player top left to the top left. Okay, on overlap you can change colors with print boom to bake. Do not try the shortcuts. This key mistake in your previous code was masks were empty, nothing drawn on surface. Offsets didn't consider the circles drawing. If you want, I can give you a minimal working reference code that does this properly. It'll be a template you can follow without cheating. I would prefer a reference code, but let me try it one more time. But I didn't like understand half the stuff, so I might have to look at the reference code. Then I'll get a few questions so I could ask those questions. Like my first question is, why did I go with enemy at index of x-axis minus enemy at index of radius? I might actually know that if enemy is x-axis. Okay, that might be because of the edges. Okay, that does make sense for a circle, right? Okay, actually, yeah, I might have to look at the reference. Not like look at the reference, but like look and then ask about the reference. Okay, let me see. Sensei, I was gonna do it myself, but I have a few questions, or although I can't phrase them. So, can I get a reference so I can take a look at it and then ask my questions? Question mark. Okay, this is going to be a little complicating to like phrase it. Maybe fix my typos. There we go. Okay, let me check if I'm still audible. Alright, perfect. Good, finally some sense. Here's a clean reference for a pixel perfect collision between a rectangle and a circle drawn on surfaces fully working. Look closely. Copy nothing, just study the structure. Okay, so we import Pygame, initialize it, we add FPS, we add the display setup, we add our player's rectangle. For our player's rectangle, there is a dictionary of x-axis, y-axis, width, height, and color. Okay, for our player's velocity, we have, okay, our player's velocity to 8. Under our player details, we add our player surface as well. So our player surface is going to be equal to pygame.surface, our width, height, and pygame.scarpla. And then we draw our image inside our player details. And then we mask our image. Okay, so we draw our image, player mask from surface, player surface, and then our enemy circle. We do the same thing. We add our enemy's attributes and then our enemy surface. Okay, enemy surface is going to be, instead of the width and height, it goes with enemy's radius to the power of actually multiplied by 2 and enemy's radius multiplied by 2, and then pygame.scarpla, and then we draw our enemy. Okay, pygame.draw.circle, enemy surface. Okay, so our surface comes before our drawing, and then enemy at index of color, enemy at index of radius, enemy at index of radius. Why are there like 4 enemy, actually how many enemy at index of radius are there? 1 2 3 4. Why are there 4 enemy at index of radius? That's my first question. Let's copy that part, paste it here, and say, actually let me go with control Z. Doesn't control Z work? Let me say my sensei exclamation. My first question is that why do we have 4 enemy at index of radius here? There we go, and add a full stop. Okay, and then collision false running true. Okay, and then this is our game loop, our key movement, trap player in window, collision detection, overlap, boom. Okay, all the easy stuff. Okay, honestly, let me go here and say enemy at index of radius. Wait, I gotta remove the full stop from there. Full stop should go here, and then I'd say second question, sensei. Second question, sensei. So, why did we do enemy at index of x-axis minus enemy at index of x-axis minus player at index of x-axis? So like, why did we do that? Why did we do enemy at index of x-axis for offset underscore x and offset underscore y? Because we usually just do let me fix my typo, because we usually just do x-axis or enemies x-axis minus players x-axis for offset x and enemies y-axis actually enemies y-axis minus players y-axis for offset y. Dot dot dot. So yeah, don't understand that part. Full stop. Now for the next question. Let's see. If overlap, and not collisions. Okay, so we can add both of them together. Print boom collision, true, change colors, okay, player color, enemy color, okay, understood that part. We draw surfaces with new colors. Alright, so why did we have to redraw? Question number 3. Okay, let's go with question 3, sensei, exclamation. Why did we have to redraw the surfaces with new colors, question mark? Didn't understand that part as well. Okay, now for the final 4th question. Finally, for the 4th question, sensei. Alright, so screen not filled, blah blah blah, understood that, okay. So sensei dot dot dot. Why did we use why did we use a else if instead of a else or another if statement? Okay, why did we use an else if instead of an else or an if statement? Let me just fix that. For or not overlap. Okay, so why did we do that? Question mark. Did we? Okay. Would we have used an else if we did something like this? Here I'll show. So if overlap, okay, and then in the next, okay, and in the next line we type if not collision dot dot dot, then we do something, and then inside, actually outside of our if not collision, if statement block, we add else collision equals to false. Okay, if any of my questions made any sense, I tried my best to phrase them. Sensei. Whew, that was a lot, guys. Okay, let me check if I'm audible. Alright, perfect. Vivek, finally you're talking like a student who wants to own the knowledge, not just copy paste and hope. I'll tear these questions apart one by one and explain you, okay, and expect you to understand them fully. Pay attention. I'm not holding back. Okay, y4 enemy at index of radiuses. Look at this. Enemy surface equals to pygame.surface, enemy surface at radius. Okay, enemy surface times 2, enemy at index of radius times 2, enemy at index of radius times 2, okay. Excuse me, guys. Enemy at index of radius times 2, the surface needs width and height, which is the diameter of the circle. So basically, diameter is like the complete circle. So like if I don't have a circle, so if this is my circle, that's the diameter, and half of diameter is a radius, okay. Enemy at index of radius, this is the center of the circle on the surface, because the surface, since top left is 0 0, enemy at index of radius at the end. That's the actual radius of the circle you want to draw. So yes, 4 mentions for radius, but each one is doing a different job. Width of the circle, okay, width of the surface, height of the surface, x center, y center. If you mix these up, your circle won't be centered on the surface and masks will be off. Okay, y offset is enemy at index x minus enemy at index radius minus player at index radius. Offsets tells them how far the enemy mask is from the player's mask top left corner. The center surface's top left is not at enemy at index x-axis, enemy at index y-axis. It's at enemy at index x-axis minus radius, enemy at index y-axis minus radius. Masks always assume their top left is 0, 0s of their surface, so tell Paul game, okay, where the enemy mask really is relative to the player mask, you must subtract radius. If you did enemy at index x-axis minus player at index x-axis, the mask would be shifted incorrectly and collisions wouldn't line up with the pixels. Why we draw surfaces when the colors change? Masks are created from the surface itself. If you just change enemy at index of color, the surface doesn't magically update. You must redraw the shape onto the surface with the new color. Then the mask now sees the new color pixel as filled, okay, which is what overlap uses. Without this, the surface could stay visually updated only on the screen, but your mask would still think the old color pixel exists and collision logic would break. Why else if instead of else? Look at the original logic. If overlap and not collision, do something. Else if not overlap, collision. We use else if because we don't want to reset collision. Okay, inside the same frame where overlap and collision trigger. Else would also work if structured carefully, but else if explicitly separates overlap triggered case from the no overlap case. Your alternative would work too. Okay, yeah. That functions equivalent using else if is mostly for clarity and preventing accidental double triggering in complex logic. Vivek, if you want to say back to me in your own words, I want you to say back to me in your own words why we need to subtract the radius and offset, why we need to draw these surfaces. I want to hear it straight. No, maybe, or I think I will judge. Alright, so let's see. I'm not gonna rephrase it. I will ask for a practice question. Let's say I understand in theory, although can I get a instructional based question to see if I get it? Maybe a very clear instructional based question mark. Okay, let's see. Good, I like that you want to test it yourself. Listen closely, this is not tricky, but I want you to think like a developer. Instructional questions, pixel perfect collision mini project. Okay, task, create a Pygame window of size 800 by 600 pixels, draw a rectangle player, any size and color that moves with arrow keys, draw a circle enemy, any radius and color that stays in place. Both shapes would be drawn on separate surfaces with Scarfla, if that's how we pronounce it. Create mask from surfaces for collision detection. Detect pixel perfect collision between the player and enemy. When collision happens, print collision only once per collision. Change both shapes color randomly. Change both shapes' colors randomly. Okay. Update their surfaces so the mask match the new colors. Make sure the circle's offsets are calculated properly so collision matches pixels exactly. Trap the player inside the window. Vivek, I want you to write this. Okay. Alright, so Let me go with Control A, delete this whole thing, zoom in a bit, and start up by importing Pygame and then drinking some water. Guys, I gotta process that whole thing. Okay, so I started by importing Pygame, and then let me initialize Pygame by typing pygame.init. There we go. Let me add FPS, so I'll create a clock variable and set that equal to pygame.time.clock. Okay, and maybe I'll add a comment that says FPS controller. There we go. Then let me add my display. For my display, I'll create a width, comma, height. I'll create two variables, width and height. I'll set that equal to 800 by 600. Let me fix my typo. Okay, there we go. And then let me create a screen variable as that equal to pygame.display.set_mode. Excuse me, because I'll add a tuple and I'll change this to height and that to width. Okay, perfect. Now let me add caption. So pygame.display.set_caption. My caption is going to be something like, let's see, I don't know. Let's see. Collision. Oh, basic one. Okay. And then I'll need my player details and my enemy details. For my player details, let me go with player details. So my player is going to be equal to a dictionary where the x-axis is going to be 100, the I don't know, y-axis is going to be 300. My player is going to be a rectangle, so I'll need a width which is going to be something like 50, and the height is going to be my player's height is going to be 50 as well. Okay, I'll add a color as well. The color could be anything for now. Honestly, I might not add the color right now. X-axis, y-axis, width and height, and then I will add a player underscore velocity, which is going to be equal to 8 pixels per frame. And then I'll have to add masks and drawings. Let's see. Draw a rectangle player any size that moves with arrow keys. Draw a circle enemy. Both shapes should be drawn separately on surface with Scorpla. Then create masks from the surfaces. So if my memory is good, I'll have to draw my player here. So I'll go with pygame.draw.rect. Okay, so I draw my rect here. My surface. First, I actually might add my player surface. My player underscore surface is going to be equal to pygame.surface. Okay, so my surface is going to take a few parameters. I need the x-axis and the y-axis. So my x-axis is going to be my player at index of x-axis, and my y-axis is going to be my player at index of y-axis. And then I'll have to add a pygame dot s. How do we spell it? Was it spelled something like SRCLAPA? That sounds wrong. With SRCALPHA. CALPHA. Okay. Let's see. Unexpected type as integer, integer, integer. Okay, so I have a player surface. Maybe my x-axis and y-axis should be in a tuple. There we go. Okay, it should be in a tuple. Alright. And now that I have a surface, I need to draw my players. So I'll go with pygame dot draw dot rect. I will draw a rect. My surface is gonna be my player underscore surface. Okay. And then I'll need a color. For now, I'll keep my color black. And then in a tuple, I'll need the x-axis, y-axis, width, and height. For now, I'll keep my x-axis 0, y-axis 0. My width is going to be my player at index of width. My height is going to be my player at index of height. There. And then let me add my masks. So I'll go with player underscore mask equals to pygame dot get. Okay, honestly I'll have to go with my player surface, right? So okay, create masks from both surfaces. Okay, so surface, so player mask equals player surface dot get underscore mask. Oh, never mind, I should go with something like from surface, right? Okay, so pygame dot masks dot from surface mask dot from surface. My surface is gonna be my player underscore surface. I spelled it wrong. There we go. Okay, that should be it for my player details. Oh, that was kind of hectic. Okay, now let me go ahead and add my enemy details. So enemy details. For my enemy details, I'll honestly do the exact same thing. I'll go with enemy, which is gonna be equal to a dictionary, x-axis, which is gonna be one. Honestly, I did have an x-axis and y-axis here. Why would I add 0 and 0 here? Let's just change this to player at index of x-axis. Okay, maybe I'll just change that to 0 and 0. Nah. So player at index do I really need to do that? Okay, at index. Oh wait, actually I can just click that twice. Of x-axis, and instead of this 0, I'll go with player at index of y-axis. Okay, perfect. Width and height as well. For my enemy, my x-axis is gonna be maybe I'll keep this to 0, and my y-axis is gonna be 0. Okay, there we go. And then since my enemy is a circle, I'll add radius. So my radius is gonna be something like 40. Alright, those are the attributes for my enemy. I might add a x-axis velocity, which is gonna be 5 pixels per, actually let's go with 7 pixels per frame, and a y velocity, which is gonna be something like 7 pixels per frame as well. Hi, are you watching comments? I'm watching comments. How you doing? How you doing, coding channel? I appreciate you joining this stream. Okay, so that was the enemies. Now let me create a enemy underscore surface for my enemy surface. Okay, for my enemy surface, let me go with pygame dot surface dot, let's see, I don't think I should go with get stretch, so it should actually surface. So my surface is going to be, my surface's size is going to be a tuple, and I'm pretty sure I need x-axis, y-axis. I mean, I need the width and height. So wait, why did I go and write here x-axis and y-axis? My bad, guys. Let me go with width and height. There we go. Okay, so for my player surface, my x-axis is gonna be my enemy at index of radius multiplied by 2, and my enemy at index of radius multiplied by 2. Alright, perfect. Let me just check if I'm audible. Okay, perfect. Alright, so pygame.surface enemy at index of radius times 2, enemy at index of radius times 2. Okay, that makes my surface. I gotta add a pygame dot. Okay, so how do we spell it? Score plus, so SRCALPHA. There we go. Okay, now I gotta draw my image. So pygame dot draw. My surface is gonna be actually dot circle. Okay, my surface is gonna be, let's see, my enemy underscore surface. Okay, my color is gonna be, I don't know, my player was black, my enemy, I'll keep it something like red, or I don't know, I think I'll keep it blue. Okay, and now I need my x-axis, y-axis, which is my center of the circle. So my x-axis is gonna be my enemy at index of x-axis, and then enemy at index of y-axis. Okay, that's the center of my circle, and enemy at index of radius. So I drew my objects, I drew my enemy's object. Yeah, now let me create enemy underscore mask, which is going to be equal to pygame dot mask, or pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. My mask is going to be my enemy underscore surface. Okay, perfect. Alright, so now I'm back for the third day. How are you doing, Crazy Gaming Whitey? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, let me check the next thing that I gotta do. Create mask. Did that detect pixel perfect collision? Okay, this is a pretty vague instructional based question. I actually might have to add a variable here that's called collision. I'll set that equal to false because the collision didn't happen yet, and maybe fix my typo. Okay, there we go. Honestly, let me add my game loop. I guess we can like see the rest after that. So I'll go with a is underscore running. I'll set that equal to true, and add a while loop. So while is underscore running, while my is running is set to true, or while my program is running, I will add FPS. So clock dot tick is gonna be 60. I'll add a comment that says FPS, and then let me iterate over my event. So I'll go with event loop. So for every event in my pygame dot event dot get, I'll look for a specific type of event. If my event dot type equals to pygame dot quit, I will set my is underscore running boolean variable to be equal to false. I spelled this wrong. There we go. Okay, I gotta add enough statements. So if my event dot type, there we go, perfect. Okay, and then let me add a pygame dot display dot flip. This flips my display, and lastly I'll add a pygame dot update. This is gonna update my display. Quit. My bad, guys. Okay, there we go. I'm just curious. Okay, I didn't add any of them in my game loop, right? So I should most likely add it in my game loop. Before I add, I'll go with a screen dot fill a good gray color. So 200 by 200 by 200. Okay, and then after I fill my screen, I'll go with let's go down, up. Perfect. I'll go with player graphics. For my player graphics, I'm pretty sure I gotta redraw my player. Okay, so let me redraw my player. I'll go with pygame.draw.rect. Guys, my memory is way too vague on how we do this. I just saw the reference code once. surface, I'm assuming my surface is gonna be my player surface. So player underscore surface. My color is gonna be, honestly, why am I typing it out? I literally drew it here. I can just copy this line. Let me copy that. Paste it here. Okay, that does it for my player graphics. Add player movement as well. So before I add my player movement, let me check if it works. Guys, did I mess up with my window size? It's 800 by 600 pixels. That did not look like an 800 by 600 pixels window size, did it? Okay, that did not. I messed up somewhere really bad. Pygame.draw. What if I didn't have this here? Okay. Honestly, I don't wanna like write a wrong code and like get wrong stuff in my brain. I might just go with Control A, Control C, get Sensei here, and see if like I did something wrong. We say Sensei, I didn't complete the code yet. Complete the code yet. I was trying to do as much as I could just with memory, although I forgot if I should draw my object inside my loop. I remember that we had to blitz something, question mark. Vivek, you remembered something important. Yes, you draw inside the game loop, not outside. Here's why. When you draw your rect and circle before the loop, they're frozen like a tattoo. They'll never update if you move the player or change colors inside your loop. Every frame you clear the screen. Draw fresh graphics, player plus enemy, update position, slash colors if needed. Blitz surface to the screen. Pygame.draw.flip to show. Big mistake I see on your code when you pygame.draw.rect or pygame.draw.circle for surfaces, you drew them at world coordinates. Player at x-axis, player at y-axis. Wrong. On a surface you draw relative to the surface's own top left. 0, 0. Example. Okay, so that is important. Okay, for circle I have 3 radiuses. Then you place those surfaces onto the screen with screen.blitz surface xy. That's where the world coordinates comes in. Okay, I never heard of world coordinates. So yes, draw inside the loop, then blip them. The surface are like the canvas for the shape. For me to write the correct drawing and bidding section for your player and enemy. Honestly, Sensei, I feel like I'm having a hard time understanding it. I probably just need more. Guys, I cannot type. Practice. For that, I should um do as many questions as I can. So again, I see the whole reference code again. I'll copy it once, but then later do different questions on my own. Okay, guys, I should type slowly. This takes twice the time, I think, if I like make typos, fixing those typos later. There we go. Reference to the dose. Sensei, like, perfect. Good. That's the right attitude, Vivek. You don't understand something. You drill it in your brain with practice until it blends to your will. Until it bends to your will. That's how warriors learn. Here's the clean reference code for pixel perfect collision between a rectangle player and a circle enemy. Copy it once, run it, study it like a scripture, and then we'll hammer it we'll hammer you with variations until you can do it blindfolded. Okay, I want that. So display player details. Okay, so I just need this from player details. My enemy details creates player surface plus mask. I always need mask when I'm going for pixel perfect collision. Okay, my rect. Okay, so I need my x-axis, y-axis. Okay, and then my enemy surface. I'm pretty sure there are 3 radiuses. Okay. Oh, actually, that does make sense because that's the x-axis, that's the y-axis, that's the radius. So usually I add my circular index of x-axis, circular index of y-axis outside the tuple my circular index of radius. That explains why there's 3 radiuses. Enemies mask, and here for my enemy surface that I created, that's my surface here. I multiply the surface by 2, so that's the x-axis, that's the y-axis. Okay, game loop is running, and then I added movement. I've filled my screen. I draw my player by splitting them. So screen.blit, player surface, player's x-axis, player's y-axis. I draw my enemy, I do my collision check. Overlap. Okay. This is your reference scroll. Study it, copy it if you must, but after that, no excuses. You will write it from memory. Okay. So I'm gonna be looking at this reference and writing the code once, and then later I'll go with memory. Okay, before I write it, I gotta drink some water. Okay, let me go with Control A. Control A, delete this whole thing. Start up by importing Pygame, then initializing Pygame by typing pygame.init, and then adding FPS by creating a variable called clock, setting that equal to pygame.time.clock. There we go. I'll add a comment that says FPS controller. Alright, and then let me go with my display. For my display, I'll create a width and height variable. Let's set that equal to 800 by 600 pixels, and then let me go ahead and create a screen variable. Let's set that equal to pygame.display.set underscore mode. Excuse me, guys. My mode is going to. Excuse me again, guys. Excuse me for the 3rd time. Oh my gosh, I've been talking so quick. Sorry about that. Okay, let me go with. My mode is going to be my width and my height. Let me add a caption. So pygame.display.set underscore caption. My caption is going to be something like collision. Okay, and then let me. Okay, so the next thing I need to add is my player details, right? So after the display, I gotta go with my player details. So my player details is gonna be a dictionary of my player. So player equals to a dictionary. My player's x-axis, which is gonna be 100. My player's y-axis, which is gonna be 300. My player's width, which is gonna be 50, and my player's height, which is gonna be 50 as well. So it's going to be a square. Or let me fix my typo. Okay, and then I'll need my player's color. There we go. Okay, my player's color is going to be a tuple of 0, 0, 0. I'm pretty sure 0, 0, 0 is like white. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add a player underscore velocity, or is it black? 255, 255, 255 might be white. This might be black. Okay, and then let me go with my enemy details. So enemy details for my enemy details, let me create a dictionary of my enemy. I'll set that equal to a dictionary. Okay, so I'm going to be needing my enemies x-axis, y-axis, and radius. So let me go with actually go with Control Z. So I'll go with enemy at index of x-axis, which is gonna be 400. Enemy at index of y-axis, which is gonna be 200, and then enemy at index of radius, which is gonna be 40. And then let me fix my typo. Okay, and then I'll go with my colors. So my color, which is gonna be, I'll have to import the random module now. Import random. Okay, so I'll go with a tuple of random.randint 0 to 255. Then add a comma random.randint 0 to 255, comma new line random.randint comma 0 to 55. Okay, so this is going to be a random color. Alright, so that's all for my enemies and players, the details. Let me add a comment that says create player surface plus mask. So I'm gonna create my players. Is it players or create player surface plus mask? So this is only going to be for my players. So for my player surface and mask, we'll go with player underscore surface equals to pygame dot surface. Okay. My surface is going to be my player's width and height, and my pygame dot scarl. Guys, I don't know how to pronounce that. So my width and height will be in a tuple. I'll go with player at index of x-axis, player at index of y-axis. Okay, that's going to be my surface, and then outside the tuple, I'll go with pygame dot, how do you pronounce that or spell that? I know it's SRCA. Okay, Scarfa. Guys, I don't know how to pronounce that. Okay, and then I'll go with I'll draw my players. So pygame dot draw dot rect. So I'll draw a rectangle because my player is a rectangle. My surface is gonna be, let me fix my typo. Pygame dot draw dot rect. Okay, honestly, let me go here real quick. I'm not as late, lol. How you doing, Sisha? I appreciate you joining the stream. Although, let me check if my mic works, because I always forget to charge my mic. Alright. Okay, and then pygame.draw.rect. My rect is gonna be my surface is gonna be my player underscore surface. My color is gonna be, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be my player at index of color, right? Okay, so player at index of color. There we go. Okay, and then let's see. I'll need a tuple. In a tuple, I'll add my player at index of x-axis, player at index of y-axis, player at index of width, and player at index of height. Alright, perfect. And then I gotta make a player mask. So player mask is gonna be equal to pygame.mask.from surface. Okay, so player underscore mask equals to pygame dot surface dot from, actually the surface might be lowercase, or pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. There we go. And this is going to be my player surface. Okay, so it's gonna be my player underscore surface. Alright, so that's basically all I need for my player surface and mask. Now let me create enemies surface plus mask. Okay, so I'll go with enemy underscore surface. I'll set that equal to pygame dot surface. There we go. Okay, so in a tuple, I'm gonna add my player's x-axis and my enemy's x-axis and y-axis, which is basically gonna be their diameters. So since it's a circle, so enemy at index of radius, to get their diameter, I'll have to multiply this by 2 and then do it again. So enemy at index of radius multiplied by 2, or I'm gonna fix my typo, radius. Okay, and then I'll go with a pygame dot. Okay, let me try spelling this somehow without looking at the screen. So SC uh RPHA. Okay, I spelled that wrong. Oh, it's SRCALPHA. Okay, there we go. Alright, and then let me go with a pygame dot draw dot circle. I will draw a circle. My circle surface is going to be my enemy at index of surface. There we go. Okay, and then I need a color. Does my enemy have a color? Okay, my enemy does. So I'll go with enemy at index of color. Okay, and then I gotta add the width. Okay, I gotta add the x-axis, y-axis, and radius. So my x-axis is my enemy at index of radius. My y-axis is gonna be my enemy at index of radius as well. Then outside the tuple, my radius is gonna be my enemy at index of radius. Okay, and then let me create a, or maybe I had a space here actually. Let me create my enemy underscore mask, which is gonna be equal to pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. Okay, my surface is gonna be my enemy underscore surface. So that's basically it for both their surfaces and masks. So first I create the surface, then I draw my image or my shape, and then I create mask. Okay, that should be pretty easy. Okay, and then I go and add my game loops. So I'll add a comment that says game loop. Then let's see, I'll go with a is underscore running boolean variable. I'll set that equal to true, and then add a while loop. So while is underscore running, while my program is running or while my is running is set to true, I'll add fps. Clock.tick is going to be 60. And then let me add my event loops. So event loop, which is going to be, let me iterate over all my pygame events. So for every event in my pygame dot event dot get, I'll look for a specific type of event type. If my event dot type equals to pygame dot quit, I will do something. I will set my is underscore running boolean variable to be equal to false. Did I import something else? I didn't. Okay, good. This should be lowercase. There we go. And then let me update my screen by typing pygame.display.flip. I could use pygame.display.update as well. They both work the same. Then I'll go with a pygame.quit. Alright. Next up, let's see. Let me add my player movements, and then I gotta fill my screen. So first I'll add my player movements. Let me add a comment here that says player movement. There we go. For my player movement, I'll create a keys variable. I'll set that equal to pygame.key.get underscore pressed if my key gets pressed. There we go. Okay, I'll add an if statement. If my keys at index of pygame.k is right, if my right key gets pressed, I'll do something. I will increase my player at index of x-axis by my player underscore velocity. If my keys at index of pygame.key is left, if my left key gets pressed, I will do something else. Okay, let's see, let me go up. I will decrease my player at index of x-axis by my player underscore velocity. Then if my keys at index of pygame.key is up, if my top key is pressed, I will do something. I will decrease my player's y-axis by my player underscore velocity. And lastly, if my keys at index of pygame dot key is down, if my bottom key is pressed, I will do something else. Let me go back. There we go. I will increase my player at index of y-axis. As I keep going to the next line, by my player underscore velocity. Okay, and then I fill my screen. So let me go with I can just fill it like this. So I'll go with screen dot fill a good gray color, 200, 200, 200. Okay, after filling my screen, honestly, I could add a comment. So fill screen. Maybe I'll title case it. Okay, and after filling the screen, I will draw my player. So I'll go with a draw player. Maybe title case this as well. Okay, so draw my player. I'll go with screen.blit because I already drew my player up there. Okay, screen.blit, my player's surface, my player's x-axis, and my player's y-axis. So let me go with player underscore surface, or player underscore surface, comma, my player at index of x-axis, and then my player at index of y-axis. Okay, and then I draw my enemy. Okay, so I'll draw my enemy, go with a screen dot blit my enemy underscore surface. Okay, and then my enemy at index of x-axis, comma, my enemy at index of y-axis. Let me fix my typo. Alright, and then let me check the next thing. Okay, so for the collision detection, I'm pretty sure I know how to do this part. Okay, so enemy changes colors, enemy dot surface dot fill clear surface. Redraw enemy surface with no color. Okay, never mind, that part might be a little more complicating than it looks. Okay, so I'll go with a collision detection. There we go. Okay, for my collision detection, I'm title casing everything. Might as well title case this. Okay, I'll go with an offset. So offset of x-axis is going to be equal to my enemy at index of x-axis minus my player at index of x-axis, and then for my offset underscore y, okay, I'll set that equal to my enemy at index of y-axis minus my player at index of y-axis. Okay, and then let me add a overlap. I'll set that equal to max. Did I have to use max? Actually, I think I need to use my player mask. So my player underscore mask dot overlap, if my player mask overlaps with my enemy underscore mask. I'm so exhausted. Okay, and then I gotta give my offset. So I'll go with offset underscore x-axis and then offset underscore y-axis. Okay, this was the easy part for the collision detection. Okay, I know the next part as well. Print, boom, change color. Okay, I don't need to redraw the surface part. I gotta probably ask that, but before that, let me go with an if statement. If overlap, if my overlap is true, there we go. Okay, so if overlap, if not collision, do I have a collision variable? I don't. I'll add a collision variable. I'll set that equal to false because we haven't collided yet. Okay, if overlap and if not collision, I will do something. I will print, boom, collided. And then I will change my player's color, actually my enemy. So my enemy at index of color is gonna be equal to a tuple random dot randint 0 to 255, and then outside that I'll go with random dot randint 0 to 255, and lastly random dot randint 0 to 255. Did I write 225? Okay, I wrote 22. 255. Honestly, I might just add like that and do that for it to just look good. Okay. Okay, so that has random colors. Okay, so after this part, I gotta redraw enemy surface with new colors. Redraw enemy surface with new colors. What if I just run the command right now? Let me just add the collision equals to true, else collision equals to false. Does this give me a pixel perfect collision right now? Okay, if I would run the command, I see a frozen circle. Okay, now let me try this other part in that case. So this part is called redraw enemy surface with new color. Okay, so I'll go with enemy underscore surface dot fill. Okay, so it's going to be a tuple of 0, 0, 0, 0. I don't know what does that mean, gotta ask that part. Maybe I add a space here. Okay, this is gonna be clear surface. Okay, and then I gotta go with pygame.draw.circle enemy surface. Okay, so I gotta draw my circle all over again. It's like a regular surface, like a regular circle. Okay, so pygame.draw.circle. My surface is gonna be my enemy circle. I mean enemy surface. Guys, I closed my screen by mistake. Okay, the color is gonna be my enemy at index of color. Okay, and then I'll add a tuple for my enemy's x-axis, y-axis, which is the center of my circle. So enemy at index of radius, and then enemy at index of radius. And lastly, outside the tuple, I'll go with enemy at index of radius. Okay. So after drawing my enemy, I go with enemy mask pygame.mask.from surface enemy surface. Oh, this feels kind of complicating. Probably just need more practice. So I'll go with enemy underscore mask equals to pygame.mask.from underscore surface, and my surface is going to be my enemy surface. There, apparently this should work. Okay, it doesn't. Did I like do a typo or something? Let me copy that. Go with a Control A, Control V. Check what's censored. Ah! Is it pixel? It is pixel perfect. Even if I like. Okay, how did I mess up? Let me go with Control Z. That's mine. Control Shift Z. Okay, so that's movement. I did that exactly the same movement. Okay, fill screen. Okay, did that. I did everything. Okay, wait, let me just go with Control Z. How do I get like just a circle on the screen? Did I by any chance forget to blit my player surface, enemy surface? My enemy doesn't have an x-axis or a y-axis. This could be the case, right? Let's see. So, okay, my enemy actually does have an x-axis and y-axis. This doesn't make any sense. Did I like mess up somewhere? I mean, I'm pretty sure I did. Let me check. So I filled my screen. I drew my player. So screen.blit, player surface. Okay, player x-axis, player y-axis, and then I did the same thing for my enemy. So screen.blit, enemy surface, enemy x-axis, enemy y-axis. Okay, and then my offsets. Offset equals to enemy at x-axis minus player at index of x-axis, and then enemy at index of y-axis minus player at index of y-axis. Okay, did that, and then I overlapped player mask dot overlap enemy mask offset x-axis offset y-axis, and if overlap and if not collision, print boom collision. And then I changed my enemy's color. And then I redraw enemy surface with new color, redrew enemy surface with new color, and then pygame.draw.circle enemy color for this. Okay, did that, and then enemy mask. I did the same thing. Let me copy that, get sensor here, paste it, and say, I literally copied you. How did I still mess up? Question mark. Guys, I literally copied everything word to word. Vivek, you did not copy. Let your hands get you. Vivek, you did not copy. You let your hands get sneaky and made two deadly mistakes. Let me break it down, soldier. Mistake 1. Wrong size for player surface. Player surface equals to pygame the surface. Here you gave the surface the size of the player's position instead of width and height. That means your surface is huge and empty and the mask doesn't match your player's rectangle fix. Okay, mistake 2. Wrong rect drawing coordinates. Pygame.rect.draw player at index of color, player at index of x-axis, player at index of x-axis, width and height. You use player at index of x-axis twice. That means you're drawing your rect way off the surface. Okay, maybe even out of bounds. Fix pygame.draw. On the surface, the rect always starts at 0, 0. You only shift it when you blit. Oh, I see. Okay, bonus check. Everything else is okay. Remember the blitting and mass collision. Good. Okay, good job. But these two slips break the whole thing. Here's the okay. I see what happened. So it was the silly mistakes. Okay, so I went with x-axis and x-axis. This should be y-axis for my position. Then the second deadly mistake that I made was I gave it position. So my player surface gave the position of my x-axis and y-axis instead of my width and height. Instead, I could just go with 0, 0 because we start with 0 and 0. I changed that while I blit. Okay. Wait, I literally saw the fixed code. Oh, okay, never mind. I went with my pygame surface. This needs to be size, not position. Alright, let me go to Control Z. My Rex. Okay, that's x-axis, that's y-axis, that's width, and that's height. So apparently my x-axis and y-axis should be 0 and 0 here. Somehow I fix it. If I touch it closely, it's pixel perfect collision. Alright, let me read the code once and then I'll do it myself. I imported Pygame, initialized the display player details, added my player details, added my enemy details, and then I created player surface plus mask. I do have a question. What if I change this to 0 and 0 as well? Just curious. Um, let's got myself under the chair. Okay. Inside the tuple, 0 0. Okay, is that pixel perfect? Okay, so it probably just spawns there or something. Let's see. Okay, it stays in that tiny place. Let's go with Control A, Control C. I have a question to ask. Like, Sensei here spaces at a bunch of spaces and say Sensei. A question. A question. The code works now, but I also added 0 0 for the center of my circle. So when I run the game, I see a small part of the circle. Then when I collide with it, I see the whole circle. Is it wrong to do that question mark bracket? I didn't want to use caps. That was a mistake. Okay guys, I forgot that it was in caps. Good question. You're actually seeing the results of center coordinates being wrong. Let's break. Okay, you're actually seeing the result of center coordinates being wrong. Let's break this down clearly. How pygame.drawOutCircle works. When you draw a circle, the second argument is the center inside the surface you created. When you draw a circle, the second argument is the center inside the surface you've created. You made your surface like this. Pygame.surface enemy at index of radius to the power of 2, enemy at index of radius to the power of 2. That means the surface is exactly big enough to hold your circle. So the center of the circle should be enemy at index of radius, enemy at index of radius, not 0 0. What happens with 0 0? 0 0 puts the circle's center at the top left corner of the surface. Result, only 1/4 of the circle is visible at first. When you collide and redrew with enemy's radius, suddenly the full circle appeared. That's why you saw that pop in. The correct version. Okay, lesson Vivek, 0 0 is the top left, okay, of the surface, not the center. Ah, you must shift drawing coordinates inside the surface so your shape fits. Now tell me soldier, do you want me to give you a mini exercise where you draw 3 circles on the surface in different positions, top left? Honestly, I actually might just read this code like a couple of times to see which goes where. But before that, guys, I did want to use the restroom really bad, so give me a sec, I'll be right back. Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, perfect, back. Alright, so let me actually start off by drinking some water and then I will read this code like a few times to see and like understand it. Okay, so after I created the display, I added my player details. So player x-axis, player y-axis, and then I added my enemy details. The color is random of my enemy. I created my player surface plus mask. Player surface equals pygame.surface. I added my player's x-axis, y-axis, and then my pygame.scarflaw. I can't pronounce that, guys. This is for adding the alpha to my drawing, and then I drew my rectangle, my player. Okay, dot player color. Da, da, da. Okay, and then player mask equals pygame.mask.from surface. Okay, and then I created my player mask. Okay, player height. Let me decrease that a little. Okay, and then I created my enemy surface plus mask. Enemy underscore surface equals pygame.surface. Excuse me, guys. So enemy radius multiplied by 2. Okay, I basically got the size of my circle, which is the diameter. Okay, so this is the x-axis, the y-axis, and then I got alpha, and then I drew my circle. My surface is my enemy surface that I drew here. Okay, and then my enemy color, my center is not going to be this. My center is going to be enemy at index of radius. And let me fix my typo. Okay, and my enemy at index of radius. There we go. Okay, perfect. And then I added my enemy mask. And then inside the loop, I added player movement. I filled my screen. I drew my player by doing screen.blit. Player surface is gonna be my surface. My desk is my player's x-axis and my player's y-axis. So, okay. And then I drew my enemy. So screen.blit, enemy underscore surface, my x-axis of my enemy and y-axis. And then for my collision detection, I added offset x, offset y. And then I overlap them. Okay, and then I added an if statement. If my overlap is true, if my player dot mask overlaps with my enemy mask at this offset, and if my not collision is set to true, I print boom collide and I change my enemy's color, and then I redraw the enemy surface with new color. Okay, so I do enemy.surface.fill, I mean enemy underscore surface.fill 0 0 0 0. Okay, what if there were like 3 zeros here? What happens if I touch my enemy? Oh, that adds the square. Okay, what if there were like two zeros? Okay, that just crashes my game. Must be size 3 or 4. Okay. Alright, so this, oh, it says clear surface. I thought by clear surface meant like clear surface. Oh, that does make sense now. Okay, and then I went with a pygame.draw.circle. I drew my circle. Okay, I got a few questions. And then enemy mask. Okay, so enemy mask is pygame.master from surface. Enemy mask equals to, okay, I'll ask Setsi to explain this part of this code block to me again, because I think I have a, I'm guys, it's slipping in my brains. I'm understand. I can't talk. Oh my gosh, I can feel it. I'm actually kind of understanding this part. Sensei, can you explain this part to me again? I feel like understanding it. I just need practice. But before getting some practice, can you explain this part to me again? Question mark. Guys, I don't know how Sensei slash ChatGPT gonna understand this. Yes, Vivek, listen carefully. This part is the heart of making the enemy change color after collision. We'll break down every line like a scallop cutting open a bug so you see why it lives. Okay. Enemy surface dot fill 0000. This clears the old drawing on the surface. The 0000 means transparent black. Basically wipe everything clean. If we didn't do this, your new circle would just draw on top of the old circle, ugly overlapping. Okay, I see. Think of it like erasing the whiteboard before writing something new. Okay. Pygame.draw.circle enemy underscore surface enemy underscore surface enemy at index of color enemy at index of radius enemy at index of radius enemy at index of radius. Okay. Now we draw the circle with the new random color, a tuple of enemy at index of radius, enemy at index of radius. This ensures it's drawn in the center of the surface. This gives you the nice clean color swap effect. Without this line, you will have a blank surface because you erased it. Number 3, enemy mask equals to pygame dot mask dot from surface enemy surface. This rebuilds the collision mask from the new surface. Why? Because the mask depends on the pixel where they are, okay, where they're transparent. If you just erase slash redrew the surface but didn't update the mask, your collision detection would go out of sync. Example, if your old mask thought the circle was red but now you erase slash redrew it, the math would be wrong. Collision equals true acts like a flag. It says yes. Okay, I understood this part. So in human words, erase the old circle, draw the new circle, update the collision mask so it makes the new pixels, lock the collision so it doesn't spam. But like, do you want me to give you a tiny practice drill where you... Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me say, Sensei, so why didn't we draw the rect as well? Question mark. Does that block of code only work actually, is that block of code only meant to change colors? Hey, excellent question, Vivek. I see your brain is actually waking up. That block of code is only for the enemy, not for the player. Let me explain why we didn't draw the rectangle, guys. Give me a check. Let me do that real quick. Go here. Or give me a sec, guys. Okay, there we go. Player, the rectangle. The player isn't supposed to change colors when it collides. It only needs to move around and stay visible. Since it's not changing shape or color dynamically, we don't need to rebuild its mask plus mask every rebuild its surface plus mask every time. We just build the same player underscore surface on screen in every loop. That's why we don't redraw the rect. It doesn't need to refresh like the game does enemy circle. The enemy changes color after collision, so every time there's a new collision event, we use... Okay, we cleared surface. In short... Okay. So, Sensei, for my game, when I use PNGs, would I need this question mark? Okay, oh yes, this is where it gets interesting. Listen closely, Vivek. When you use a PNG image, things change a little compared to shapes. Case 1, static PNG doesn't change color or shape. If your PNG just moves around and never changes how it looks, you don't need to redraw it every time, okay? You need to blit in the image loop, the mask you created from the start. The mask you created from it at the start will keep working forever. Case 2, dynamic PNG changes colors, rotates, scales, etc. If your PNG changes, the flashing colors shrink, rotate, and you must rebuild the mask after the change. Why? Because the mask is based on pixels on the image. If the pixel changes, the mask becomes outdated. Example, if your circle changed color, we rebuilt its mask. If you had a PNG enemy that flashes red when it hits, you also redraw slash replace its surface with the rebuilt mask. Oh, I see. So the rule is simple. If your PNG stays the same, no redraw. If it changes visually, redraw new mask. Okay, I see. So I might actually like learn. So this basically means it changes my pixels every frame. So like if I have 20 different pixels for my player walking around, like one pixel he's standing, second pixel he takes a step, third pixel he takes a step, it basically means the pixels keep changing. Oh, I see. Sensei. I feel like I should practice it a bit more. I'll write the code a few more times, then let you know once I'm done. Okay, I see. Okay, so honestly, everything is same. I just gotta learn this part. Okay, so for this part, enemy dot surface dot fill, this clears the surface. Then I redraw the enemy, so this is basically going to be my blit again if I have a PNG. And then I redraw the enemy mask. Okay, so this might actually work with PNGs. Actually, let me try that. Let me try that. Okay. Let's see. I'll start up by importing Pygame, then initializing Pygame by typing pygame.init, then like lubricating my lips because it's really dried. There you go. Okay, and then let me add a FPS. So I'll create a clock variable. I'll set that equal to pygame.time.clock. Okay. Maybe I'll fix my typo. Go here. Add a comment that says FPS controller. Okay, and then let me add my display. For my display, I'll go with a screen variable. I set that equal to pygame.display.set underscore mode. I'll just keep it 800 by 600 right now. Yeah, I'm way too lazy to create like two separate variables. Okay, and then let me go with pygame.display.set underscore caption. I'll set my caption to something like collision test. I don't know, guys. I just kept a random name. Okay, and then let me go Control Z. There we go. Okay, and then let me add my player details. So let me load my image first. So let me load image. So my first image is going to be my let's go with my weapon. So sword underscore image equals to pygame.image.load. Okay, so the image that I'm going to be loading of my sword, let me give my file path. I'll go with game items, 2 forward slashes. I'm pretty sure it's called weapons, right? Game weapons, 2 forward slash sword. There we go. Since it's a PNG, I'll convert it to alpha. Convert underscore alpha. There we go. Okay, and then let me load weapons. So I'll change this to weapons. Okay, and then let me go with a shield underscore image. I'll set that equal to pygame dot image dot load. Okay, and then let me get the file path again. It's going to be my game items. The 2 forward slashes, my game weapons, 2 more forward slashes, shield. Um, shield PNG. I'll convert this to alpha as well. So convert underscore alpha because this is a PNG. Then let me go with load potions. Now let me load my potions. Honestly, I'll just load everything here. Okay, let me go with what other potions do I have? NPC. Okay, there we go. So one is buff potion, one's healing potion. So I'll go with buff potion equals to pygame dot image dot load. I'll give my file path, which is gonna be my game items, to forward slashes. It's called my game potions, right? So I'll go with my game potions, 2 more forward slashes. I'll go with my buff potion first. I'll convert this to alpha. Let me go with dot convert underscore alpha because it's a PNG, and then let me go with my healing underscore potion underscore image. Let me add an underscore image here as well. Okay, I'll set that equal to pygame dot image dot load. I'll give my file path, which is my game items, 2 forward slashes, my game potions, 2 more forward slashes, and then I'll go with my healing potion. I will convert this to alpha because it's a PNG. Okay, there we go. Alright, and then I gotta process my images. So I'll go with, actually not process, so transform and scale sword. Okay, actually let me just go with transform and scale. First, let me transform and scale my sword. So I'll go with my sword underscore image equals to pygame dot transform dot scale. Okay, so I want to scale my sword underscore image, and then I will change its size. So let's go with an integer. And am I audible? Okay, let me go with an integer, maybe zoom in a bit. Let's see. This is going to be my sword underscore image. Sword image dot get underscore width. I'll get the width of my sword image. I'll multiply it by 0.1. That sounds pretty good for my sword. And then I'll add a comma here, go here, and then I'll go with another integer. This is going to be my sword underscore image dot get underscore height. I'll get the height of my image, and then I'll multiply it by 0.1 again. Alright, that's basically it for this. Next up, let me go with my shield underscore image. Did I spell it correct? HIELD. There. So my shield underscore image equals to pygame dot transform dot scale. Okay, I want to scale my shield underscore image to be a tuple. Let me fix my typo. Okay, and then I'll add an integer. So this is going to be my shield size. I'll get my shield. I'll type my shield underscore image dot get width. I'll get the width of my shield image, and then I'll multiply my shield image width by 0.1 as well. Then I'll add a comma and then go with integer my shield underscore image dot get underscore height. I'll get the height of my shield width this time. I'll multiply that with 0.1. Okay, and now I'll do that for my buff potion and healing potion as well. So I'll go with buff underscore potion underscore image. I'll set that equal to pygame dot transform dot scale. I'll scale my buff underscore potion underscore image, add a comma, a tuple, and now let me get its height. So integer, I'll go with my buff potion image dot get underscore width. I'll get its width and I'll multiply it by zero point 0.1, actually 0.1. Then I'll add a comma. Okay, and then I'll go with an integer. I'll go with buff underscore potion underscore image. I'll get its height. Okay, and then I'll multiply its height by, let's see, 0.1 as well. Did I like mess up somewhere here? Dot get height. So an integer, my buff underscore potion dot image, underscore image dot get width multiplied by, oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. Alright, and then lastly, let me go with my healing potion image. So I'll go with my healing potion image equals to pygame.transform.scale. I want to scale my healing potion image. I'll add a tuple, integer. Let's see. So I'll go with my healing potion image. I'll get its width, and then I'll multiply its width by 0.1. And then I'll go with another integer for its height this time. So I'll go with my healing potion image dot get underscore height. I'll get its height and then I'll multiply its height by 0.1. There we go. Okay, now I gotta add masks. So let me add another comment that says create. Actually, I might create Rex first. Create Rex. So I'll create Rex for all my images. So let's go with first my sword underscore rect, which is gonna be equal to, I don't know, let's see, my sword's rect is gonna be sword image. So sword underscore image dot get underscore rect. This gets my sword image rect. Now let me add top left. So top left a kwarg, a tuple of 100 by 300 is position. And then let me create a rect for my shield underscore image as well. I'll set that equal to, actually my shield underscore rect equals to my shield underscore image dot get underscore rect top left a kwarg, which is gonna be, I don't know, my shield was like 100 by 300. I'll keep this something like 150 by 300. Okay, and then let me create one for my buff potion as well. So buff underscore potion underscore rect equals to my buff potion image dot get underscore rect. This is going to be at my top left as well, so that equal to 200, actually a tuple of 200 by 300. And lastly, my healing underscore potion underscore rect is going to be equal to my healing potion image. I'll get its rect, so get rect. Then let me add a top left equals to a tuple of 250. Let's go with 250 by 300. Okay, now let me create masks. So I'll go and create masks. So for a mask, I'll go with sword underscore mask equals to sword underscore image. Actually, I'll go with pygame.mask.from underscore surface and my sword underscore image here. Okay, so that's the mask for my sword. I'll go with my shield underscore mask which is going to be equal to pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. Let me fix my typo. There we go. Add my shield underscore image here, and then let me add a mask for my buff underscore potion underscore mask equals to pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. Let me uh fix my typo and go with buff potion rect and actually the buff potion image. Let me fix my typo. There we go. Okay, and then lastly for my healing potion underscore mask, I'll set that equal to pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. Okay, which is going to be my healing underscore potion underscore image. There we go. Let me add a tiny note here that says for pixel perfect collision. Alright, perfect. Now let me go ahead and add my game loop. Although I didn't add a velocity for my player, so I can add a velocity for my sword because my sword is the only thing that's going to be moving, which is going to be attacking my shield. So let me go with the sword velocity. Let me go with sword underscore well equals to 8 pixels per frame. For my game loop, let me go with a let me go with a is underscore running boolean variable to be equal to true, and then I'll add a while loop. So while is underscore running, while my program is running or while my is running is set to true. There we go. I'll add my FPS. Clock.tick is going to be 60, and I'll add a comment that says FPS, and then let me iterate over my pygame event. So my event loop is going to be for every event in my pygame.event.get. I will look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, I will set my is underscore running boolean variable to be equal to false. Then I will add a pygame.flip. This is going to update my display, and lastly a pygame.quit. Pygame.display.flip. Alright, and now let me add a screen dot fill. I'll fill my screen to be a nice gray color. Alright, perfect. And then let me go with player, or actually image graphics. Okay, so here I'm going to load all my images. First, let me go with pygame. Actually, not pygame. I'll go with screen dot. You know who's back? How are you doing, Hypertech? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, so I'll go with screen dot split. I'll split my. Let's see. My surface is gonna be my sword. So this is going to be my actually sword image. This is going to be my sword. Then let me go with a screen actually. Sword and sword underscore rect. I'll go with screen dot blitz. Sword actually this is going to be shield. Shield underscore image and shield underscore rect. Okay, maybe fix my typo. And then let me go with screen dot blitz. This is going to be my buff potion underscore image and my buff potion underscore rect. And lastly, I'll go with a screen dot blitz. Let's see, this is going to be my healing potions image and my healing potions wrecked. Okay, now let me go ahead and add my sword movement, because my sword is basically going to be my player. Okay, there we go. Okay, perfect. So I'll add a keys variable, set that equal to pygame.key.get_pressed. Okay, and then I'll add an if statement. So if my keys at index of pygame.key is right, if my right key gets pressed, I will do something. I will increase my sword underscore rect x-axis by my sword underscore velocity. If my keys at index of pygame.key is left, if my left key is pressed, I will do something else. My sword underscore rect x-axis is gonna decrease by my sword underscore velocity. And if my keys at index of pygame.key is up, if my top key is pressed, my sword underscore rex or my sword underscore rex y-axis is gonna decrease by my player's velocity. And lastly, if my keys at index of pygame.key is down, if my bottom key is pressed, my sword at index of my sword underscore rex dot y-axis is going to increase by my player by my sword underscore velocity. Let me fix that typo here as well. Let me change that. Actually, just change the whole thing to sword underscore velocity. Okay, perfect. That should give me a moving sword. Now, I want to trap my sword inside of my display. So I will do something like trap sword in window. For trapping my sword in window, let me go with my sword underscore rect dot x-axis. I'm going to set that equal to max. My max is going to be 0 for now. Min is going to be my sword underscore rect dot x-axis comma 800 my window size minus my sword underscore rect dot width. I'll do the same thing for my y-axis. So my sword underscore rect dot y-axis is going to be equal to max. The max is going to be 0. Min is going to be sword underscore rect dot y-axis comma 600, which is my window size, minus my sword underscore rect rect, and this time height instead of width because I'm working with y-axis. There we go. If I were to run the command, I have all these objects here, but my sword can't pass these. Although I can like hardcore this stuff. Like right now, you guys see like there's a tiny wall here because I can't go completely with the else. But for now, I think that's going to be fine. I'll fix that later. I can just change that by tweaking these numbers here. Okay, now I need to add a collision detection logic. The thing that I was planning is like whenever I hit an object, it switches and changes to the next object. So let's go with a collision detection with pixel perfect precision, if that made any sense. Let's go with collision detection. So for my collision detection, I will do something. Let's see. Okay, so I'll need an offset underscore x, which is gonna be equal to my enemy underscore rex. I don't have an enemy. Let's keep it as my shield. My shield underscore rex x-axis minus my sword underscore rex x-axis. Okay, next for my offset underscore y, I will set that equal to shield dot y-axis minus my shield underscore rect dot y-axis minus my sword underscore rect dot y-axis. Okay, and then I will need a overlap. So a overlap variable, which is going to be equal to, let's see, pretty sure it's not max. Okay, it's not max, I remembered. So it's pygame, actually not pygame. If my sword underscore mask dot overlaps with my shield underscore mask at this offset, so my offsets of x and my offsets of y, I will add an if statement. Let me delete that. Let's go in a new line. Let me go with if overlap, if my overlap is true, and if not collision. I don't have a collision variable. Let me go ahead and create a collision variable, maybe under my FPS. I'll go with collision. I'll set that equal to false because we haven't collided yet. Okay, if not collision. Okay, if not collision, I will print boom, collided. And then I will set my collision to be equal to true. There we go. Else my collision is going to be equal to false. Let me fix my typo. Remove that equals to minus. There we go. Now, every time my sword stabs my shield, it's going to say boom, collided. Although this isn't honestly what I wanted. What I wanted was I gotta like draw my shield somewhere here. Every time I stab my shield, it changes as a potion, and then when I stab my potion again, it becomes a healing potion, if that made any sense. I'll go with Control C. Now this part is something that I want to ask Sensei. Let's go to Sensei. Paste it at a bunch of space. Sensei. So I made this, but I wanted it to be something like when I hit an object, it switches to another object. Like if I hit my sword, it will change. Actually, if I hit my shield, it would change to a potion, etc. Okay, let me just fix my typos because guys, I cannot type. Alright, there we go. If that made any sense, question mark. Yes, that makes perfect sense, Vivek. You want to make a chain reaction of objects switching with your sword colliding with them. Good, you're thinking like a game dev now. Right now your code detects the collision, but nothing changes beside printing boom collided. To make an object switch to another one, shield, potion, here's what to do. Steps to switch objects or collisions. Have a current object variable that keeps track of what the enemy slash item currently is. Current underscore object equals shield. Store all your items in a dictionary with their images plus Rex masks. Store all your... Okay. Step 1. Have a current object variable that keeps track of what the enemy slash item currently is. Let me drink some water, guys. Stream is lagging? Oh, is it lagging? Did the lag like get fixed? Okay, I think it got fixed. Yeah, guys, it's my OBS. Oh, it was. Okay, I was like, I panicked for a second. I was like, oh shoot. Excuse me, guys. Okay. Have a current object variable that keeps track of what the enemy slash item currently is. Example. Current object equals shield. That message was sent like 5 minutes ago. Oh, I actually apologize. I didn't see the chat for like a bit because I was completely locked in here. Okay, have a current object. Actually, let me like open the chat in my phone as well so I can get updated every time it's chatted here. Oh, that's actually much better. Okay, have a current object variable that keeps track of what the enemy slash item currently is. Example, current object shield. Okay, store all your items in a dictionary with their images plus recs plus masks. The way you can easily swap. That way you can easily swap. Okay, when the sort collides current object to the next one, like rotating through a list. If overlap, if not collision, print that. If current object equals to shield, current object equals to buff. Else if current object equals to buff, current object equals to heal. Else if current object equals to heal, current object equals to shield, collision equals true to the. Draw only the current object instead of all three. Okay, object equals to current object screen.blitz object image object rect. That way when your sword hits the shield transforms into a potion and the potion to another and so on. You feel like you're hitting evolving objects. Okay. Do you want me to write you a fully working version of the code with this? Which honestly, yeah, I want to see how it looks like. Honestly, yes, should say. I wanna see how it looks like. Okay, let's see how it looks like. Good, that's the spirit. Since you asked, I'll show you exactly how it looks like. Copy this, run it, and then carefully, okay, and then look carefully how I structured because soon you'll rewrite it yourself. Here's the full working version with objects. Import pygame, import random pygame.init clock equals pygame.time.clock fps control display screen equals pygame.display.set mode pygame.display.set caption. I loaded all my images. I transformed all my images. Transform image and scale. Okay, it's not repetitive. Define scale image. Okay, that's two parameters. First an image parameter, second is a factor parameter. Return pygame.transform.scale image. That's genius. Sword underscore image equals scale. Okay, sword image shield underscore image equals. I didn't have to. Guys, I wrote all this up here. I did this manually. Like, I could have just skipped all these lines of code and instead just have done that. Okay, that's actually pretty nice. I'll use that next. Okay, next up. Create Rex. So sword rect, shield rect, okay. Create masks for pixel perfect collision, okay. Why didn't I create a rect for my healing and buff? Alright, store objects in a dictionary. Object shield buff heal. Okay, shield is going to be image is my shield image, which is basically that. Scale my image. My rect is my shield rect. I created a shield rect here. And then my mask is my shield mask. Okay. Healing potion image. Do I have a healing potion? Okay, I do have a healing potion image. Shield.rect.copy. Why did I copy? I gotta ask that. Mask dot start with shield. Current object equals to shield show velocity, sword velocity. Okay, and then game loop, sword movement. Okay, trapped sword in window. Collision detection, offset object rect.x-axis minus sword rect.x-axis. Object rect.y-axis minus sword rect.y-axis overlap. Object mask offsets if overlap not and if not collision boom switch object Draw sword plus current object. Screen dot blitz sword rect. Screen dot blitz object image object rect. Objects current object. Okay, so I have a few questions. Let me first let me ask this question. You copy that. Say, Sensei, I have a few questions. Dot dot dot. So my first question is that why didn't we create Rex for... Oh my gosh, I didn't want to write it in caps. Okay, I have a few questions. Dot dot dot. So my first question is that why didn't we create Rex for the buff and heal as well? Question mark based here. Is it because we don't have to move those objects? Question mark. If yes, why did we create a Rex for the shield? Question mark. Is it because we needed to set a location for the shield? Question mark. Guys, I have so many typos. The shield. There we go. Objects. Those. Okay, perfect. Don't. Okay, what's my second question? Uh, shield buff heal. Okay. Second question, Sensei. Dot dot dot. Um. Okay, there we go. Why didn't we add our sword to the objects dictionary as well? Question mark. Is it because it's our player? Question mark. Okay, and then that's our shield, that's our velocity. What was the next question that I had? Okay, we didn't iterate over our objects. Okay. Third question. Sensei, dot dot dot. I didn't understand this part. Let me copy that part. Add a bunch of spaces, paste it, add a few more spaces. Objects, rect, So we were using object at index of rect, but what is the object, my current object? Question mark. Guys, it's harder to think questions than I thought. Okay, why are we using object, but what is the object? My current object, that is my sword technically. I didn't understand that whole part, to be honest. Can you explain it again in detail? Question mark. Add a bunch of spaces. Copy that. Copy detail. paste it, add a bunch of spaces. Now for my question 4. Alright, Sensei. For my final question 4 dot dot dot. Can you explain this part in detail as well? Dot dot dot. I didn't understand it. Add a bunch of spaces. Copy that and paste it. Perfect. Guys, that was so hard. Alright, Vivek, listen up. I'm gonna break this down carefully because I can see your brain is spinning and we need to train. It's actually not spinning, I feel it pulsing. Okay, I can. And we need to straighten it out before you mess up any more practice. Pay attention. Question 1. Why didn't we create Rex for buff and heal? Rex defined position plus size for objects in Pygame. In this code, only the current object needs a position because the player interacts with one object at a time. When we do shield equals to shield.image.getRect toplet 400, we're setting the initial location of the first object shield. We're setting the first initial location of the first object shield. Buff and healing potion copy the shield underscore rect when we switch to them. Buff and healing potion copy the shield underscore rect when we switch to them. I see. Rect. Okay, shield dot copy. This is why we don't need separate recs for them. They will appear at the same location and we're not moving them independently yet. Key point, recs are needed only for objects that have a position you care about. Others can use an existing rec. So okay. I think I see. So my rect is going to be my shield rec.copy. This is most likely going to copy my shield rec's attributes. Is that what we did up here? Copy my shield rec's attributes. That would make sense. I see. Okay, so I made a shield rect. Buff is going to be my buff potion. My rect is going to be the shield rect, which is basically the shield's rectangle at 400 and 300. I just changed my image. This is my image. I just changed my image. And then I added the attributes of my rectangle. That makes sense. So all my 3 images are going to be at 400 by 300. I see. Okay. Alright. Okay, let's read the next stuff. Okay, question 2. Why didn't we add some sort to the object dictionary? Let me drink some water, guys. I need to hydrate a little. My brain is overheating. Sword is the player controlled object. The dictionary is for objects that the player interacts with. Sword moves every frame, so we already have sword underscore rect and sword underscore mask. We don't need it in the objects dictionary because the dictionary is only for switchable targets, shield, buff, heal. Okay, I see. Sword is the player controlled object. So the player controls that object. The dictionary is for objects that the player interacts with. Oh, I see. Okay. Sword moves every frame, so we already have sword rect and sword mask. We don't need it in the objects dictionary. The dictionary is only for switchable targets. I see. Key points. Player objects are tracked separately. Dictionary is for static or switchable targets. Question number 3. What is object equals to object current object? Look at this. Current object is shield. Initially, object equals to objects at index of current object. Objects is a dictionary of multiple objects like objects. Current object is a string pointing to the current key in that dictionary. OBJ becomes the dictionary of that specific object. For example, obj equals to object shield. Okay, obj now contains image shield. I see. I see. I see. A dictionary inside of a dictionary. So a dictionaries inside of a dictionary. I never used that before. All right, so then we do offsets. Obj at index of rect dot x-axis. Okay, this already makes sense now because of this dictionary, because of this explanation. Okay. This calculates the pixel perfect collision between sword and the current object using its rect and mask key points. Obj is just a temporary variable pointing to the current active object in the dictionary. Question 4. Drawing sword plus current object screen dot blitz sword image sword rect obj objects current object screen dot blitz obj image obj rect screen dot blitz sword underscore image sword underscore rect draws the sword at its current position. Obj equals to objects at index of current underscore position gets the current target object shield buff heal. Okay, screen dot blitz obj at index of image obj at index of rect draws the image of that object at its rect location. Basically, we're doing this every frame. Draw the player's sword, draw whatever object is active at the moment. Think of it like a highlighted target only when is active at a time. The sword always drawn, the target changes the way. Here's the bottom line. Sword equals player moves independently, no dick. Dictionary object equals to target switchable rect copied from the first target. Object equals objects current object. Lets us always point to the active target without rewriting the code multiple times. Blitz sword plus obj every frame. Draw both in correct position. Listen, the next step for you is practice switching objects with more than 3 items and make them appear at different positions. Alright, I got another question. Sensei, so for the obj equals to objects at index of current object, current underscore object. Okay, for that, obj, for that, couldn't I just use a for loop question mark? And also, I've like never worked with dictionaries inside of a dictionary. Guys, I cannot spell. Oh, Vivek, now you're getting to the juicy part. Good, listen closely. Could we just use a for loop instead of a obj equals objects at index current object? Yes, but it depends on what you want to do. Using current underscore object is as a key is direct as fast. Okay. As a key is direct and fast. You always know exactly which object you're looking with. Using a for loop would look like this. For key and object in objects, offset if overlap handle collision works perfectly. This is good if you want to check collision with all objects at once, but in your current design we only care about active objects. That's why we use current objects. We don't waste time checking for dictionaries inside of dictionaries, nested dictionaries. Think of it like a folder inside of your computer. Object is the main folder. Shield is the key of the first object folder. Is the content that your folder, a content of that folder. You can access the image like this: object shield image. Okay, I've done stuff like this. So object equals to object current object is just taking out the folder of the active object. So when you have to write objects at index of current object image, every time think mentally outer dictionary, your collection of all objects, inner dictionary, the info about a single object. Vivek, this is a huge nested this is huge. Nested dictionaries are powerful once you grasp this. You can make games with hundreds of switchable objects without writing repetitive code. Quick tip: next practice, try adding a fourth object. Okay, honestly, I think I got a grasp of it. Let me just say sensei. Um, I think I understand. I'll try writing that code now. Okay, let me get sensei here. I have a good feeling that I understood. Although I will look at the reference for once because I did want to like try to using the reference once so I know which goes where. Okay, there we go. I'll start off by going Control A, deleting this whole thing. And firstly, let me go with import pygame, and then let me initialize pygame by typing pygame.init. Okay, and then I'll go with a clock variable, so that equal to pygame dot time dot clock, which is going to be I'll add a commentary that says FPS controller. Okay, and then let me add a collision, because a collision variable is set that equal to true. Actually false because we haven't collided yet. Okay, and after adding the collision, I'll add my display. So my display is gonna be screen, which is gonna be equal to pygame.display.set underscore mode. I'll keep it 800 by 600 pixels. Then let me add a caption. So pygame.display.set underscore caption. I'll set my caption to something like collision. There we go. Okay, and then let me see if my mic is working. Okay. Okay, and then I gotta load my images. I'll go with load images. So to load my images, let me go with my first image, which is my sword underscore image equals to pygame.image dot load. I'll give my image path, so it's going to be game items, 2 forward slashes, game weapons, 2 more forward slashes, my sword PNG. I will convert it to alpha because it's a PNG. And then let me go with my shield underscore image. I'll set that equal to pygame.image.load. I'll give the path of my shield image, so game items, 2 forward slashes, game weapons, 2 more forward slashes, shield. I will convert this to alpha as well, so convert underscore alpha with a pair of parentheses. There we go, because it's a PNG. Then let me go with I won't write the whole thing, I'll just go with buff. So buff underscore image doesn't make sense. So buff potion underscore image equals to pygame.image.load. Okay, I'll give the file path of my image as well. So game items, 2 forward slashes. My buff image goes under my game potions. Pretty sure. There we go. Game potions. 2 more forward slashes. Let me actually go here. Okay, and now let me go with my buff potions .png. I will convert it to alpha because it's a PNG. So convert alpha. Okay. And lastly, let me go with my healing underscore potion underscore image, which is going to be equal to pygame.image.load. Okay, I'll give the file path of my image, so it's game items, 2 forward slashes. I'll go with game potions, 2 more forward slashes. Let me just scroll a little here. And then go with let's see, so healing potion PNG. I will convert it to alpha, so convert underscore alpha because it's a PNG with 2 parentheses. Okay, after that I got to transform and scale them. Okay, this is the part that took me real long, but there is an easier way to do it. Let me go with transform transform and scale. Okay, so to transform and scale it, I gotta define a function called scale. I'll add a parameter of my image, and second, I'll add a quark of my factor equals to 0.1. Okay, they gotta add a colon here. Do we add a, oh yeah, we do add a colon. Okay, and then I will return something. Let me return pygame.image.load. My bad, guys. Pygame.transform.scale. So I want to scale my image parameter here. Does my size go in a tuple? Okay, I think it does. So okay, let me think that real quick. So okay, never mind. Okay, it does go in a tuple, but I gotta add an integer. So my integer is gonna be my image dot get underscore width. Then I will multiply that by my factor. Okay, which is set to 0.1. I'll go with a comma, then type int. I'll get my image dot, I'll get its height, so get underscore height. Okay, pair of parentheses multiplied by my factor. Okay. Okay, was that correct? Oh, that actually was correct. Okay, nice. And then next up, let me go ahead and invoke my function. So to invoke my function, I'll type scale. My image name is going to be my sword underscore image. My factor. Okay, I just gotta type my sword image, right? Honestly, no. Gotta my sword underscore image equals to scale sword underscore image. There we go. And then for my shield underscore image, I'll set that equal to scale shield underscore image as well. Or okay, and then for my, why do I keep spelling it wrong? There we go. And then for my buff underscore potion underscore image, I'll set that equal to scale my buff underscore potion underscore image. Okay, and lastly for my healing underscore potion underscore image, I'll set that equal to scale healing underscore potion underscore image. Alright, perfect. So we had it, we had four. Next I'll create rectangles. Okay, so let's create Rex. So Rex is basically for the position, right? Yeah, I gotta add position. So I'll just create a position for my sword, and one of these three objects, I'll pick shield, and then I'll just copy the attribute of that shield to the rest. Okay, so I'll go with sword underscore rect equals to pygame dot get, actually my sword underscore image dot get underscore rect. Now I need a self parameter and a quark, so I'll just go with my quark. So top left. It's been a while since I saw you. How you been? I've been good. How you been? Formidable Thunder. I appreciate you joining the stream. As a very as a way of making programming fun, I decided to change my IDE theme, and also considering on using the JetBrains mono font. Honestly, that actually sounds pretty good. I didn't know that we could like change our IDE's theme. IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment, if I'm not wrong. That's like basically my pie chart. So I didn't know we could like change the font. Okay, so my position is going to be 100 and 300 of my sword. This should be in a tuple. And then I was reading their marketing fonts bicycle, and it's quite funny how much they glazing it. Oh, I honestly gotta read that. You can like send the link of it in the Discord server somewhere. Okay, then let me go with shield underscore rect. I'll set that equal to my shield underscore image dot get underscore rect top left. Okay, so my shields, I'm assuming it's going to be around 500 and 300. Okay, actually it's 400 and 300. I mean, it's the same thing, honestly. Okay, our font is optimized for reading. Okay, I'm pretty sure few fonts aren't optimized for reading. Okay, and then next up, create masks for pixel perfect collision. Okay, so now I gotta create masks. Let me go with a mask. So create masks. Honestly, I might just clarify that only for pixel perfect collision. There we go. Okay, so I'll have to create a mask for all my objects. That does make sense. So sword underscore mask equals to sword underscore image dot get mask. Actually, pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. Okay, and my surface is going to be my sword underscore image. Then let me go with my shield underscore mask, which is going to be equal to pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. Okay, there we go. This is going to be my shield underscore mask. Actually, my shield underscore image. Okay, and then next for my buff underscore potion underscore image, I'll set that equal to ballgame dot mask dot from underscore surface. This is going to be my buff underscore potion underscore image, and lastly for my healing underscore potion underscore image, I'll set that equal to my pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. Let me fix my typo. Masks, there we go. Okay, that's gonna be my healing underscore potion underscore image. There we go. Okay, so I created a mask. Next, I gotta store my objects in a dictionary. I switched over to a vaporwave theme, and it's looking quite nice. Oh, I see. That honestly sounds pretty cool. Okay, and then let me store objects in a dictionary. Let me go with a comment that says store objects in a dictionary. Okay, perfect. Alright, so I gotta create a objects variable. I'll set that equal to a dictionary, and inside that dictionary I'll have another dictionary. So my dictionary actually I'll go with shield. Okay, or I'm inside a pair of quotes, and then my attributes are going to be inside of a dictionary. So inside of my dictionary I'll have an image, which is going to be set to my shield underscore image, and then rect, which is going to be set to my shield underscore rect. Lastly, a mask, which is going to be set to my shield underscore mask. Okay, perfect. Let me add a comma and then go with buff and heal as well. So buff, which is going to be another dictionary. My buff image is going to be my shield underscore, actually my buff underscore image. So my buff potions image, and then my rect is going to be my buff underscore potions rect. So my buff underscore potion doesn't have a rect, so I'll copy my shields rect. So my shields rect dot copy. Okay, and lastly I mean, not lastly, let me just shrink this, make it a little smaller. I'll go with mask. So my mask is gonna be my buff potion underscore mask. Oh, no wonder. Gotta change that to mask. And gotta change that to mask as well. Maybe add an equal to here, add a space here, and go with buff. There. Change that to buff potion mask. Okay, and then lastly for my heal. My heal is gonna be a dictionary. The image is gonna be my let's see, my healing potions image, and then the rect is gonna be in a pair of quotes. My rect is gonna be my healing potion. Actually, not healing potion. My shield underscore rect dot copy. I'll copy the position of my shield rect, and my mask is gonna be my healing potion underscore mask. Maybe add a comma here. Perfect, that looks it. I prefer dark themes and pink and purple can look quite nice as well in nested dictionary. Honestly, yeah, dark theme is like pretty good. I always use dark theme. Okay, this is like my first question that I'm doing with nested dictionaries. It's usually a little complicating. Like I rarely use it. Okay, start with a shield. So I'll create a current object. So I'll go ahead and add a comment that says start with a shield. Okay, I'll create a variable called current underscore object, which is gonna be equal to my shield, which is here, but I couldn't get access to that without my something at index or something, right? Okay, let me go with my sword velocity. My sword velocity is gonna be sword underscore velocity equals to 8 pixels per frame. And then I add a game loop. So let me go ahead and add my game loop. Let me go with a variable, a is running boolean variable, so that equal to true, and then add a while loop. So while is underscore running, while my program is running, or while my is running is set to true, I will do something. I will add FPS. So clock.tick is going to be 60 frames per second. I'll add a FPS here, and then I'll go with event loops. I'll iterate over all my Pygame events. To do that, I'll type for every event in my pygame.event.get. I will look for .get. I will look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, I will set my is underscore running boolean variable to be equal to false. Then I will add a pygame.display.flip. This is going to update my display, maybe fix my typo. And lastly, I'll add a pygame.quit. Okay, and now inside my loop, let's see. So inside my loop, I gotta fill my screen and then add my sword movement, strap my player in the window. Okay, so I'll do those first. So let me go ahead and add a space and go with screen.fill. It's gonna be a good 200 by 200 by 200, a good gray color. And then I gotta add my sword movement. Okay, perfect. Let me go with something like keys equals to pygame.k .key.get underscore pressed. Okay, and then I'll add an if statement. If my keys at index of pygame.key is right, if my right key is pressed, I will increase my sword underscore rect dot x-axis. I'll increase it by my sword's velocity. And if my keys at index of pygame.key is left, I will decrease my sword underscore rect dot x-axis, so my sword's x-axis by my sword's velocity. Then if my key is at index of pygame dot key is up, if my top key is pressed, I will fix my typo. Okay, I will decrease my sword underscore rect dot y-axis, so my sword's y-axis by my sword underscore velocity. And lastly, if my keys at index of pygame dot key is down, if my bottom key is pressed, I will increase my sword underscore rex y-axis by my sword's velocity. Okay, now let me go ahead and add my let me trap my sword in my window. To trap my sword in my window, I will go with sword underscore rect dot x-axis. I'll set that equal to max, which is going to be 0 for now. My min is going to be something like, I don't know, my sword underscore rect dot y-axis dot x-axis comma 800, my vertical window size minus my, is vertical for straight or sleeping? I actually forgot that. Minus my sword underscore rect dot width. I'll do the same thing for my y, so I'll just change my x's with my y. So my sword underscore rect dot y axis equals to max. I'll leave that to 0 for now. Min is going to be my sword underscore rect dot y axis comma 600, my horizontal window size minus my sword underscore rect dot height this time because I'm working with the y-axis. Okay, so this should trap my player in. So to fill the screen there. Okay, now for the collision logic. Collision detection with current objects. So this part I gotta look at the reference for. So collision detection with current object. So collision detection with current object. I'll create a obj, an object variable, set that equal to objects at index of. Oh, that does make sense now. My current object is set to shield. That's inside of my object. So my object, my obj, is going to be equal to my object's dictionary current object. So I'll basically have to always change or manipulate the current object here to change my dictionary. I see, okay. And then I got into the basic offset, so I'll go with offset underscore x-axis equals to, who's going to be my enemy? Object at index of shield. Do I gotta do this for like everything? I don't. Object at index of rect. Rect is going to be my shield, my shield, my shield. Okay, this is the position. Is it the position? Let me check. Shield. Rect. Okay, that is my position. So everyone are in the same, they're located in the same position. So this is basically going to be something like my position of my x-axis and y-axis. Do I got add a dot x? Okay, I knew it. Dot x-axis minus my, not object actually. This needs to be, those are my enemies minus my sword at index. I mean, my sword is an variable, so my sword underscore rect dot x-axis. This makes so much sense when I do it physically. Offset underscore y-axis is going to be equal to my obj at index of rect again, this time dot y-axis minus my player's sword underscore rect dot y-axis. excuse me guys, then let me go with a overlap, which is going to be equal to, okay, I should know everything from here now, everything until this overlap part. Okay, so my overlap is going to be equal to pygame dot mask dot honestly, let me think. Overlap. So if my player overlaps with my enemy, so if my sword underscore rect, this should be mask because I'm checking with the mask. So if my sword underscore mask dot overlaps with my object at index of rect, honestly obj at index of rect, and then I'll give my offset. It's going to be in a tuple, which is going to be my offset underscore x-axis, offset underscore y-axis. Okay, and then I'll add an if statement. If my overlap is true, and if not collision, if my overlap and collision is true, I will do something. I will print boom collided. Truly perfection. Guys, I cannot spell. There we go. Petrification. There we go. Truly perfection. Okay, I know after this part I gotta set my collision to be true and then go there, but I need to see the logic where I gotta change my objects. Okay, yeah, I knew it. Switch objects. This looks easy now. Okay, let's go with a switch objects. Let me go with if my I'm assuming obj. If my obj at index of shield, is it that? Okay, never mind. If my current object, this is so bad. Okay, so if my current underscore object equals to shield, I will set my current object to be equal to, let's see, I don't know, I'll go with, okay, I'll just go with buff. Speaking of which, is it actually called buff? Okay, it's called buff and it's called heal. Let's do that for the rust. If my current underscore object equals to I don't know, like buff, I will change my current object to be equal to heal. And if my current object equals to heal, I will switch my current object. Before I do that, let me fix my typo. Okay, I will set my current underscore object to be equal to shield. This continues the whole loop, right? Okay, and then I will exit outside this if statement and I'll type something like collision equals to true, then else collision equals to false. Okay, let's run the command. I forgot to argument 1 must be pygame.mask, not pygame.rect.rect. Line 83. Okay, my bad guys. This should be mask. Okay, now if I run the command, I won't be able to see anything in the screen because I didn't draw my objects. It's going to be a blank screen. Let's go ahead and draw my objects. So to draw my objects, so draw plus color objects. I'll go with the outside the for loop. Let me go with draw sword plus current object. Okay, so I'll go with screen.blit and draw my sword first. So my sword underscore image and my sword underscore rect. Okay, and then the next thing that I gotta draw is my object equals objects current object. I gotta ask why we did this. So I'll go with object equals to objects at index of current object. Then let me go with screen.split. I think I know this. I'll go with just a look. I'll go with object at index of rect of image, comma object at index of rect. Okay, right now if I run the command, there's a shield, there's my sword. If my sword touches my shield, it does say pixel perfect collision, but it doesn't switch. Did I mess something up? But if I were to copy that, go with Control A, Control V. Okay, this changes. What did I do wrong? Okay, what if I go to Control Z? This part was correct. True, false. Keys is correct. Okay, let me skip those parts that I'm sure it's correct. So, that's correct. That's correct. Okay, and that's correct. The scaling is correct. The importing, did I import the correct stuff? So star.png, shield.png, buff.png, healing.png, okay. Objects, correct, because shield, Buff potions, start with a shield, current object equals shield. Okay. I filled my screen, drew that stuff, did these basic stuffs. Collision. Okay. Does my if statement go inside? No, it does not. Oh. Not bad, guys. Should have been else if. Now if I run the command, okay, I'm pretty sure it's going to be. Isn't this collision? So if my current object equals to shield, current object equals to buff, else if current object equals to buff, current object equals to shield, else if heal, Okay, let me go with Control A, Control C, get Sensei here. I know it's gonna be like a silly mistake. Let me say, Sensei, I messed up, question mark. Yes, I see where you flattered, but calm down, we can fix this. Here's what's going on in your code. Case sensitivity. Guys, this is okay. That was kind of bad. Case sensitivity. It's not case sensitive. Is there anything else that I could have done? Case sensitive. Case sensitivity. How did I write a uppercase S? Okay, now it should work. Although I do want to try something. Here we go. There we go. Nice. What if I were to change this to if again though? Let's see. Okay, the if. Okay, I need. Oh yeah, I do need else if something. Else if. Okay, it was at case sensitivity. You control A, control C. How are you doing, FII365? Appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, let's copy that, paste it, and say, let's say dot dot dot. I missed that part. Although I did fix it now. Dot dot dot. Guys, I need to practice this a lot off stream as well. Although my college works did start, so things are gonna get a little more crampy or a bit more hard. Yes, that was it. I knew it was something small like that. Look at you, fixed your case sensitivity. I didn't take credit for that code because I did a few things on my own. I copied a few things just for the reference. Let me copy that. Let me say, Sensei, I have a question. I have a question. Dot dot dot. So I didn't understand this part. Why did we need this line question mark? Let me paste the line in this place. Copy that, add a bunch of spaces, paste it, maybe fix my typos, because guys, I get way too many typos. Okay, let me extend it. Okay, let's see. Ah, yes, I see why this might be confusing. Listen carefully. That line, object equals to object and index current object, is just fetching the current object you want to draw from the dictionary. Think of it like this. Objects is a dictionary containing all possible objects like okay, so objects underscore object grabs the okay, we're saying take the image of the current object, object at index image, and then draw it at position object at index of rect. Without this line, Python wouldn't know which object to draw. If you tried screen.blade, current object, objects, okay, directly, it would also work, but it would be messier and repeat the dictionary lookup twice. Okay, it's basically clean, easier to read. Okay, so this would work as well. So screen.blade objects, current object, image. I see, although we did use that line. Wait, what's this objects? So, where's it at? Okay, so didn't we like already have that? If I like go all the way up, there we go here. Honestly, let me go down here, go here, just copy it from here. Copy that. Actually, let me copy this whole thing. Then get Sensei back here. Paste it and say, Sensei, didn't we already define the object here, question mark, like obj equals to objects at index of current object. Okay, why did we have to do it again, question mark? Oh, now I see where you're getting stuck. Listen closely. Yes, you did define obj equals to objects at index current object earlier, but that was inside the collision detection block. Later we get out. We refetch objects because the current object might not have changed during collision. Think of it like during this collision, if the sword hits the shield, you switch current object to buff, heal, buff or heal. After switching, the old object variable is still pointing to the previous object shield, so before drawing you must reassign object equals to object at index of current object to point the new active object so the current image gets drawn. If you didn't do it, you'd still be drawing the old object even though current object changed. Quick mental rule. Anytime the key that determines the object might change, refetch it before using it. Okay, if you want, I can make a tiny diagram showing okay, honestly that might make sense now. So inside my collision block there, if I didn't have this, it basically should work as well. Refetching is just to be safe. Understood, guys. There we go. Okay, let's go here. Say, I see. Let's say dot dot dot. I tried the code without it as well. Dot dot dot. It works. So basically, we use that just to be safe, right? And my typos, guys. I tried that. Sensei, so sensei. Okay, exactly, Vivek. It might work sometimes without real signing, especially if current objects hasn't changed yet. But the moment a collision happens and current object changes, the old OBJ would still point the previous object, and you'd end up drawing the wrong image. So yes, the line is like a safety net. It ensures you. Okay. Honestly, guys, I might. Let's see. Honestly, I think that might just be enough for this stream because I might practice offline because I do have some college work to get done. Let me say, Sensei, I honestly have some college studying to do now. Dot dot dot. So I might end the stream. Is there anything that you want to say the viewers question mark? Listen up everyone, Vivek has been crushing it today, learning pixel perfect collision, object switching, masks and dictionaries inside dictionaries. Remember, mastery comes from repetition and and attention to detail. Do not just watch code break, fix, repeat. That's how you level up. And Vivek, take that break. Hit your college work, but don't forget you're building the foundation of your game empire. Next time we're back, okay, we're going to push even harder. No excuses. Now go, make those assignments fear you and return like a coding warrior. Okay, let me just go here. Alright, perfect, guys. That was honestly basically it. This was a lot and quite overwhelming, but after I'm done with my college studying, I'm going to do that like for another like 3 or 4 hours. I'm going to be working on this code, and next stream I might go for the same exact topic, mastering images to like wrap the whole image category up and then go with pure game logic. But that aside, if you guys enjoyed the stream, don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Liking helps my algorithm, sharing makes me smile, and subscribing is like a cherry on top. I'll catch you guys on the next live stream or video. Peace!